working, but it's not working well. Is it? Should we test it once more? It's okay. If the technician says it's okay, then it must be okay. So it's nice to have you back on our second day of this conference with distinguished guests and excellent visitors, especially you. I would like, as you see, we have changed our venue, so there are a little bit new problems, but they are going to be fixed very soon. I would like to thank you once more, the organizer, that would say the Goethe-Institut from Ljubljana, the International Hegelian Association Aufhebung from Ljubljana and the leading persons. And at the end, of course, City Museum and Galleries of Ljubljana for offering us this support. I'm honored now to be able to present our next distinguished guests coming from Netherlands and Germany. These are, you know them, I suppose, very well, but nevertheless, nach Bericht, it is a common usage to say one thing and then common usage also to present them nonetheless. So this is Krijnen. He's Associate Professor of Philosophy at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. He has an expert in Hegel. He used to have his the sense of youth related to Kant, but this has been successfully overcome. And now his, again, main area is, of course, Hegel. He wrote it and edited numerous books, really, from social ontology today, recognition, German idealism as an ongoing challenge, and lately metaphysics or freedom, Kant's concept of cosmological freedom and historical and systematic perspective. Well, you know, there are certain remains. And then lately, concepts of normativity, Kant or Hegel. What is the answer? Okay. And then next to him, Professor Klaus Vieweg, Professor for Philosophy at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena. In Jena, exactly. He wrote as well many books, especially on Hegel. He's not only a philosopher, but also a chess player. I think that he's a member of team of the second German league coming from Jena. Is that true? But yes, he wrote a book on Hegel's philosophy of spirit, entitled with the title Philosophie des Remis, philosophy of the English word is remis. Yeah, and he's also draw. Okay, it's also a Star Trek fan, and he wrote a book, philosophical book, of course, on Hegel, Star Trek. And then I would like to underline final two books. And the first is Das Denken der Freiheit, which is one of the most outstanding commentaries on the Hegel's philosophy, elements of philosophy of right existing. And now, nicht nur das Denken der Freiheit, Hegels Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, sondern auch der Philosoph der Freiheit. And that is the latest biography of our other unabwesend guest. This is Hegel. I think there are two biographies that stand out. First is the first one from Rosenkranz, and the other is the last one from by Vieweg. Okay, I will now give the word to Mr. Krijnen with his presentation with title, "What if anything has not been called philosophy or philosophizing?" Thank you.
Second start. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. All for Corona. Okay. Yes, thank you very much for your microphone and the nice introduction you just presented. Thank very much also the organizer. The organizers, they have been thanked a lot, but I think one special dimension is that until now, since February, more or less, all conferences on Hegel were cancelled. And this, as far as I know, is the first physical one again. So we did all, I think, our best, despite Corona, to be present here. So thank you very much for that. Yes, now I'll start on Hegel. Was hat man nicht alles Philosophie genannt? What, if anything, has not been called philosophy or philosophizing? Well, identity politics and its call for justice of marginalized social groups has also entered the scene of academic philosophy. You probably know that. Its curriculum and historiography are criticized for being far from inclusive. Its canon supposed to be a mere social construct made by white men of dead white men. It seems to me that in this discourse, which covers only a very small aspect of the encompassing and important discourse on diversity and inclusiveness, but specifically in this discourse, it is insufficiently reflected that in the call for philosophical diversity and inclusiveness, the concept of philosophy and its history is presupposed. I shall show what philosophy is and what history of philosophy is presupposed. I shall show this by analyzing some arguments concerning the integration of non-Western philosophy as well as female philosophers into the historiography of philosophy and confront them, these arguments, with Hegel's conception of the history of philosophy. Note, and I think that's really important, note that my deliberations are solely methodological in nature. I do not deal at all with the quality of the products of the marginalized groups. As philosophers, I'm sure we all like to be inspired by them. Integrating them can only be faithful with something together. But what does it mean to develop the best? So let me start with an argument stemming from social epistemology. It contains, I think, in its core, the problem of the contemporary debate on philosophical diversity. In its extreme form, the argument even suggests to give up a philosophical canon as such. The reason being that philosophy would profit if not everybody would possess the same prior knowledge. By combining diverse insights, more comprehensive knowledge would be brought about. Obviously, the argument presupposes a certain understanding of what philosophy and its history are. In this case, philosophy is implicitly conceived of as a science that does not differ fundamentally from the special sciences. That is to say, that its development consists of adding new knowledge to the already existing bulk of knowledge. So in general, in my presentation, I just translate the German word Erkenntnis with knowledge. There's only one, in one case I use the word cognition, but it's not so important now. knowledge to this bulk of existing knowledge. Hegel called this type of progress of knowledge juxtaposition. In contrast to this view, many idealist philosophers stress that philosophy is a science of principles, of foundations, and hence not a special science, but the science of the whole, of totality. Its history continuously shows a change of this totality. The sketched argument seems to misjudge, therefore, the specific subject matter, the method, and the system of philosophy. Rather, it follows the line of reasoning of a sociology of knowledge, and therefore is not philosophical, but empirical in nature. This non-philosophical, empirical dimension also prevails in discussions about, for instance, the presence, or better non-presence, of women in the history of philosophy. Based upon empirical research, it is easy to show that in terms of the quantitative relation of the sexes, women are underrepresented in the canon of philosophy. Yet, this empirical insight is insufficient to justify a modification of the philosophical canon. A modification would require an assessment of whether the underrepresentation is justified by the quality of the respective philosophies. Thus, it is rather surprising, at least it was for me, that in important studies which plea for a greater involvement of women, an analysis of the quality of the content of philosophical thoughts of women is missing. I refer here to the famous study of Eileen Gray and the more recent publication of Ebersmeyer. Whereas the latter analyzes the reasons for female absence and relates the growing involvement of women to the process of emancipation, especially in the 20th century, and hence to a political and thus an empirical development, the former additionally presents a model of historiography of philosophy and, fortunately, intends to address the issue of the truth of thoughts of philosophies developed by women. Nevertheless, she, that is in this case Eileen Gray, does not really analyze those thoughts, and in particular, most importantly, does not develop a concept of philosophy and its history that might function as a criterion for the assessment of thoughts, and therefore as the basis for determining the history of philosophy. Such a concept remains presupposed. It is a desideratum of the contemporary debate on diversity and inclusiveness regarding philosophy. It should be developed, otherwise integrating women would boil down to mere decisionism. On top of this, if the analysis focuses on so-called issues, probleme, of philosophy, for example, the role of feelings and emotions in ethics, the history of philosophy is apparently conceived of as a history of problems. Philosophical problems, however, only exist within the framework of an overarching concept of philosophy that can account for them as philosophical problems. This problem of a presupposed concept of philosophy and its history also appears when we switch from the dimension of gender to the cultural geographical dimension of the debate. Recently, an interesting study by Arnsen was published on integrating non-Western, in particular Arabic Islamic philosophy, while at the same time, while at the same time shedding off the Eurocentric focus. Although in this study, concepts like philosophy, history of philosophy, philosophical historiography, philosophy in the Islamic world, and so on, are explicitly dealt with, that's really important, the deliberations have the form of an empirical historical approach and are characterized by the pragmatic decisionism that goes along with it. Hence, the conceptual clarifications do not result from philosophical thoughts. From a mere historical point of view, the historiographer, in this case this author, is confronted with non-identical and even interfering definitions of philosophy. Instead now of clarifying why this is the case, if there are specific philosophical reasons for it, the historiographer and now it works? Okay. So, instead of clarifying why this incommensurability is the case, if there are specific philosophical reasons for it, the historiographer just feels forced to decide, to choose, what meaning of philosophy suits his or her purposes best. In particular, the purpose of coming to a non-Eurocentric universal history of philosophy. The concept of philosophy that results from this decision is not a concept justified philosophically. Such a concept, again, remains presupposed. Moreover, in this analysis of this person, moreover, philosophical issues are reduced to social, cultural, and economic constellations. A genuine philosophical determination of philosophy is missing. By contrast, if one focuses on the claim of truth of a philosophy, it becomes clear that the basic questions of philosophy also involve from the normative claims effective in exactly such empirical constellations. The question, what philosophy is, always also is a philosophical question. Moreover, what has been said about the external determination of the concept of philosophy also applies to the concept of the history of philosophy. It turns out that, finally, at the end of that analysis, the history of philosophy is conceived of as a mere historical appearance that, like any other human endeavor, can be studied from various disciplines. Obviously, the philosophical concept of the history of philosophy is lacking again. Interestingly enough, in that analysis, a philosophical question arises that is very important for Hegel's conception of the history of philosophy and thus in need of a philosophical treatment, namely the question whether the historiography of philosophy is itself a philosophical activity, and if so, what its method and status are. Any empirical approach to these questions has always already presupposed a philosophical answer, although the empirical approach is not able to justify it in a methodical, sound way. A mere decision for a pluralistic and combined approach, as it is called then, to the history of philosophy does not suffice. The plea for plurality presupposes a concept of philosophy and the history of philosophy in which these diverse philosophical and non-philosophical approaches have their particular place. An additional argument for diversity, often mentioned in text both for a broader audience as well as for the academic philosophers, is that it is, well, you will know this argument, or you have seen it, I'm sure, is that it is interesting, inspiring, beneficial to study ideas beyond the canon. This argument of the interesting, we can call it like that, however, just presupposes a criterion for assessing ideas as interesting and so on. That is, a determination of the concept of philosophy that is supposed to be enriched by those ideas. This abstract idea of the interesting was, with respect to a scientific clarification of the issue at stake, so vapid and cheap already in Hegel's time that Hegel himself sarcastically remarks that it is the common view, he has historicism in the focus, that the history of philosophy consists of a stock of philosophical opinions, having the consequence that studying the history of philosophy depraves to an idle curiosity or erudition that results in knowing many superfluous things. Eine Menge überflüssige Sachen zu wissen. By contrast, according to the protagonists, philosophy can only gain by allowing more perspectives than presently dominant. Again, this argument presupposes a concept of philosophy and its history that is in need of a meticulous philosophical determination. For Hegel, the protagonists of the sketch view, regardless whether intentional or unintentional, reduce philosophical knowledge to mere opinions. If it is held that it is beneficial to become acquainted with the opinions and thought of others, that it stimulates our thinking power and leads to this or that good thought, then this is just, I think, a more sympathetic way of saying that, with Hegel, it initiates another opinion, and that science consists of unfolding opinions from opinions, Fortspinnen von Meinungen. Yet, in science as science, there are no opinions, no doxa. This tendency to make absolute particularity, which is intrinsically related to identity politics and its urge for diversity, probably is most succinct brought to light in what we could call the argument of recognizing. According to this argument, it is supposed to be a disadvantage of the present canon that it discourages students, potential students of philosophy, because they do not recognize themselves in a canon of white males. Hegel again comes to an opposite appraisal. To be eager for rational insight, cognition, erkenntnis, not mere acquaintance, kenntnis, is that which should be presupposed as the subjective need, that is, as the need of the student in studying science. A university is not a wellness center, but it's an institution of education. More precisely, the subjective aim, the aim of the agent studying philosophy, is that the student is introduced into philosophy by studying the history of philosophy. Philosophy, like any other science, is in its content independent of subjective preferences and the well-being of the agent studying it. It is exactly the other way around. The history of philosophy is the point of orientation for studying philosophy. Of course, this only concerns the pure contentious objective dimension of the matter at stake. A concrete canon is never determined fully from the concept. For Hegel here, the general, the concept, is directed into empirical singularity, into the realm of variability and contingency, in which not the concept, but, as Hegel says, reasons, Gründe, are asserted. Final decisions that are beyond the determination of the concept in and for itself. Also regarding history, the distinction between idea and appearance is relevant, notwithstanding the fact that traces of the concept can be diagnosed throughout. This latitude is in particular relevant as the argument of recognizing is primarily applied with regard to the curriculum of philosophy, whereas the debate about the canon primarily concerns the historiography and historiography of the history and historiography of philosophy. For the design of a philosophical curriculum, not only scientific perspectives are dominant, especially not in our times of neoliberalism, conceiving of a university basically as a company heading for profit and having profit as its standard. But I leave this issue aside here. To be sure, for idealism, and strictly speaking, I'm sure we also all agree, idealism, philosophy is only possible as idealism. The idea is the principle that shapes reality. Therefore, in the following, I shall focus on the idea of a history of philosophy. It is presupposed in any canon of philosophy. Our spiritual activities can only do more or less justice to it. So in light of the non-philosophical character of the contemporary debate and its presupposed concept of philosophy and its history, let me first highlight Hegel's distinction between a philosophical and a non-philosophical history. I think that's an important distinction. Hegel distinguishes three different types of contemplating history, interrelating in a systematic methodical fashion, hence not merely chronologically or culturally. The two non-philosophical types of history, original history, two non-philosophical types, original history and reflective history, and the philosophical type of history. In his elaborations, in Hegel's elaborations, it is of a special interest that historical knowledge, as such, is guided by interests. We could say in nowadays language, it's value-laden. In the course of the development of the different types of non-philosophical contemplation of history, historiography becomes more sensible or sensitive for its own methodical determinacy too. It turns out that a particular content is addressed from a general perspective. And finally, in what Hegel calls the history of a particular object, Spezialgeschichte, it seems even possible to determine something historically in a way that at the same time its relationship to the whole of history becomes clear. In Hegel's philosophical contemplation of world history, then, it is the concept of freedom that functions as the overarching absolute general perspective. The principle of freedom overcomes the relative generality of the perspectives of an original and reflective history, their particular generality, as Hegel says. The philosophy of history determines history in the perspective of freedom and its progression. Yet, not only the generality of the determining perspective distinguishes a philosophical from a non-philosophical contemplation of history. It is the epistemological character of philosophical knowledge too. Like the other sciences, philosophy is a thinking study of objects. More precisely, its thinking is a peculiar mode of thinking, comprehending thought, begrijpendes denken. It is thought that also knows the principles or presuppositions of its own activity, and hence a doctrine of radical foundations. As a science, philosophy is obliged to posit its own presuppositions scientifically. With regard to a non-philosophical contemplation of history, that means that the idea or reason that guides it remains a mere in a non-philosophical contemplation, the idea or reason that guides it remains a mere presupposition. Its knowledge remains presupposed, is only conscious on the level of acquaintance, result of a mere belief or decision. Not so in philosophy. Philosophy even is the science of the idea, of the absolute idea. In history, this absolute idea appears not in the element of pure thought, but in the element of spirit. A history of philosophy as a history of thinking the absolute idea, thus has to present the absolute ideal determinacy of the idea historically. Strictly speaking, the most basic problem of philosophy is its own determinacy. We had that already in one of the presentations, I think, in the discussion at least. It also is the basic problem of a philosophical history of philosophy, which history is exactly the history of this determinacy, what philosophy is all the time. The perspectives that guide a non-philosophical contemplation of history are addressed in Hegel's speculative idealism and comprehended from thought, the idea, the concept, or subjectivity as the principle of objectivity. The same applies to philosophical knowledge of the history of philosophy. The perspective of the activity of its determination has to be clarified scientifically. In this respect, Hegel supplies, I think, us with a well thought out conception of a philosophical history of philosophy. I mean the conception of the so-called Berlin lectures. What are its essentials? They become clear by taking Hegel's infamous thesis of parallelism, of pure logical determinations of thought, in the historical succession of philosophies into account. This thesis really shows the radicality of Hegel's approach of a philosophical history of philosophy. Well, the least we should expect from a philosophical history of philosophy is that it recognizes the problems a past philosophy intends to solve, takes into account its claim to truth and the arguments belonging to it, and finally is capable of presenting a comprehensible relationship between the philosophies that occurred in history. In all these respects, Hegel's try seems relevant up to today. Hegel not only justifies the history of philosophy as a philosophical problem, he also shows how historical understanding and philosophical comprehension merge. They interrelate conceptually, are founded in the matter at stake in philosophy, not in external factors of a specific age or philosophies in a specific age. Hegel elevated, I think, the philosophical history of philosophy to the level of a science. Such a history is neither a collection of curious opinions decorated with the curriculum vitae of their protagonists, nor adding new insights to an already fixed subject matter, typical of the process of the special sciences. Rather, the philosophical history of philosophy presents the process of philosophical self-knowledge of spirit in the course of time, the development of philosophical thought in time. According to Hegel, the succession of the systems of philosophy, that is his thesis of parallelism, according to this thesis, the succession of the systems of philosophy is the same as the succession of the logical deduction of the conceptual determinations of the idea. The basic concepts of the systems of philosophy appearing in history, stripped off from externalities, show to be the various levels of the determination of the idea itself in its logical concept. Vice versa, in its main moments at least, the progress of logic taken in itself is the progress of the historical appearances. It is important to note, because this thesis has been, in most cases, been misunderstood, it is important to note that Hegel comes up with this thesis in the context of the problem of a philosophical history of philosophy. It presupposes parallelism of philosophical history. Whereas from the perspective of identity politics or a sociology of knowledge, this might count as the monstrosity of an unworldly, perverse, excluding will for power, or an unfruitful narrowing of research perspectives, respectively. From the perspective of reason, Hegel's parallelism makes good sense. First, every philosophy has an educational historical dimension in the sense of a Bildungsgeschichte. It is part of what Herder called the holy chain of tradition. It observes, preserves, and reproduces the tradition on the one hand and transforms it on the other. As a consequence, it elevates the subject matter of philosophy to a new level of its determinacy. Second, this dimension of determinacy involves that any historical appearance can be, first, identified as philosophy, if and only if a concept of philosophy is presupposed. This concept is thus not justifiable in an historical fashion, but only systematically, by means of philosophical deliberations. Without a criterion of the matter at stake, a historiographer of philosophy would just be unable to identify the manifold of appearances as philosophy. And therefore this title, What If Anything, has not been called philosophy or philosophizing. It's a Hegel quote. What a philosophical appearance is not something at will of philosophical historiography or philosophy, result of a mere decision or assumption. Rather, the first question is if something is philosophical or not. More precisely, without presupposing a system of philosophy as the standard for the matter at stake, it is just impossible to write a history of philosophy. Thirdly, this applies to the construction of progression in history of philosophy too. The system of philosophy is not only necessary for identifying philosophical appearances, these appearances also need to relate to each other as appearances of one and the same subject matter, that is philosophy. That is to say, the place a certain philosophy obtains in the history of philosophy has to be determined. The many philosophies in the history of philosophy are ordered according to the measure that is philosophy. This makes apparent a fourth essential, namely the fundamental status of a philosophical logic. For philosophy, taken seriously as the objective science of truth, only the philosophical discipline of logic, from Hegel's point of view, Hegel's logic, can supply the principle of identification and ordering of a philosophical history of philosophy. The logical determinations of thought form a system that develops itself in the element of pure thought, from the indeterminate immediate of the beginning to its complete determination, in Hegel's logic, from pure being to the absolute idea. This development is necessary, in Hegel's logic, organized speculatively. Truth, as Hegel says, has the drive to develop itself. Its development is the development of its own determinacy, self-determination. The concrete thus develops from the abstract. In short, philosophy is a system in development, and the same applies to the history of philosophy. In its main moments, at least, the system and the history of philosophy are identical. Here too, the beginning is most abstract, most indeterminate. The first philosophy, the most general, most indeterminate thought. The last, the most concrete, developed. For Hegel, the history of philosophy as philosophy is systematization of thought in time. A systematization that is equal to a concretization. Therefore, the latest philosophy must sublate all past philosophy. It has to be, as Hegel says, a mirror of the whole history. As the history of philosophy is the development of one idea, it is not merely about something past or an object of mere historical contemplation. From the perspective of philosophy, philosophy is not at all past. Its history is not at all the history of something past. Rather, the history of philosophy is present, in the present as philosophy. Just like in the logical system of thought, every determination of thought has its particular place in the whole. Every historical appearance of philosophy represents a certain level of development. Having such a place, and this is also weird, so to say, from a nowadays perspective, having such a place is exactly what constitutes the true value and meaning of a past philosophy. The history of philosophy is the systematization of thought in time according to the system of pure determinations of thoughts and its order, only justifiable by the system of logic. Of course, the idea of a system of philosophy nowadays has not many friends. Hegel, however, for good reasons, holds that the historiographer of philosophy cannot be impartial, unparteilich, but is in need of a system, must judge and add something from his or her own. The requirement of presenting the history of philosophy impartially, put differently in contemporary terminology, in its own right, seems a matter of fairness. Yet, the peculiarity of the history of philosophy is that only a historiographer who does not understand anything of the subject matter, that's a Hegel quote, can fulfill this condition, is able to be impartial, resulting in a mere historical acquaintance, kenntnis. As a science, the historiography of philosophy presents the development of thought, of the idea of truth in time, in the mode of necessity. For identifying and ordering philosophical appearances, the historiographer needs to have knowledge of its idea. The historiography of philosophy is a science, not as a doxography of philosophies, let alone philosophers, an unordered bunch of opinions, but as the system of the idea or the truth in time, the idea in its empirical shape. Fifthly, the deliberations so far also imply that philosophies can be traced back to a basic constellation that functions as the foundation for everything else. Traditionally, this constellation, okay, so I will shorten it now. The idea is this constellation can only be justified by logic. And then finally, the last essential, Hegel's distinction between internal and an external history is relevant. Because then it becomes clear how history, how philosophy, although it has truth as its object, or subject matter, can have an history. And because the internal history, in contrast to the external, is the history of its subject matter. But whereas the subject matter of, for example, Christian faith is non-historical and hence remains the same, the special sciences progress through juxtaposition. That is, by attributing new determinations to the same subject matter. Unlike the former, the subject matter, and that's really important, the subject matter of philosophy is the whole as the principle of everything. In philosophy, everything is at stake. The totality, not a part of the whole. In a philosophical history of philosophy, it is shown that the various philosophies, each of them is a conception of totality, but turns out to be a relative totality, only a moment of the development of philosophy. Thus, the subject matter of philosophy, the subject matter of philosophy does not stay the same. It continuously changes fundamentally in its content. No substantial philosophy has ever been refuted, while at the same time they all are refuted because they are not the absolute they are supposed to be. So conclusion very shortly. It might be that we can say some more things about Hegel's conception. It has maybe to be a bit more differentiated, but that does not change the fundamental situation. I would even say Hegel's conception of contemplating history even allows a mere historical, reflective approach to the history of philosophy in the perspective of diversity and inclusiveness. That would concern a history of a particular object, eine Spezialgeschichte. It's just not a philosophical history of philosophy. It is a reflective, an empirical history of a specific object or subject matter. The history of philosophy as history of philosophy, however, has a different format. The format of a history of totality conceptions of objective thought, starting with its most immediate and so on and so on. So the whole idea that in history of philosophy we should continuously scrutinize the possibilities and forgotten perspectives and so on, I mean, Hegel would just wholeheartedly embrace that. Of course, we continuously must look for the best, right? The history of philosophy is just too important for philosophy to leave it to reflective historians who are going to do some things with the canon. The origin of a philosophical history of philosophy emerges from philosophy itself. A reflective history of philosophy deals with philosophy as an objective shape of spirit, part of world history. And as a shape of spirit, in contrast, the history of philosophy concerns the truth claim of objective thought. In dealing with this concern, it relates history of philosophy to contemporary philosophy, more precisely, to the presupposed system of philosophy of the historiographer. Our beloved Sophia, I think we can say, is not a figure of unabashed Morgens anybody can fiddle around with. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Krijnen for his presentation and for speeding up. And then I would like to give the word to Professor Vieweg, who, in order to bend the situation, which is rather unusual, unnormal, a little bit back to normality, decided to speak in German. You have all the texts in Slovenian. If you don't understand, we have translated the text, or mainly, but the problem is, is there anyone who doesn't speak neither Slovenian nor German? Okay, then we can proceed. Professor Vieweg.
Ja, zuerst möchte ich mich auch für die freundliche Einladung nach Ljubljana bedanken. Ich bin jetzt das 3. Mal hier und der Dank geht auch im Namen meiner Begleiter, meiner 3 Eulen. Als einst der Göttervater Zeus unter heftigen Kopfschmerzen litt, spaltete Hephaistos mit einer Axt das Haupt des Zeus und daraus entsprang eine Frau. Dem Kopfschmerz folgte die sprichwörtliche Kopfgeburt. Minerva oder Pallas Athene war bekanntlich eine äußerst mächtige Figur der Mythologie. In einem Wettbewerb besiegte sie Poseidon, sie schleuderte Sizilien gegen die Feinde. Wenn sie gekränkt wurde, verwandelte sie sich in eine Giftspinne. Herakles schenkte ihr die Äpfel der Hesperiden, Perseus das Medusenhaupt. Und da Paris sie verschmäht hatte, stand sie ganz auf der Seite Athens gegen Troja. Sie symbolisiert die politische Einheit der Polis. Und last not least, sie gab auf Bitte von Prometheus den Menschen das Wissen und gilt als Göttin der Weisheit und ganz wichtig, entscheidend als Beschützerin der Philosophen und Dichter. Bekanntlich war sie die Grundlage für die Lieblingsmetapher Hegels. Auf der alten Brücke von Heidelberg thront die Göttin der Wissenschaft und ist auch dort die Schutzpatronin der Universität. Mit dem in der Heidelberger Aula zu sehenden Gemälde Pallas Athene und vielleicht zusammen mit Archenholz berühmter Zeitschrift Minerva lieferte dies die Anregung für Hegels Bild vom in der Dämmerung einsetzenden Flug der Minerva. Das heilige Tier der Pallas Athene hatte bekanntlich einen ihrer Lieblingsplätze auf der Akropolis. Im scharfen und leuchtenden Auge der Eule, des klügsten Vogels, sahen die alten Athener ein Abbild der wesentlichen Eigenschaften der eulenäugigen Göttin. In Hegels Metapher wird nun dieser Gedanke verbildlicht mit einer Göttin, mit einem Tier, mit einer Tageszeit, Abenddämmerung oder mit einer Farbe, Grau in Grau. Die Weltgeschichte muss nach Hegel erst ein bestimmtes Stadium ihrer Entwicklung erreichen, bevor zureichendes Erkennen möglich wird. Die allgemeine, universalistisch gedachte Freiheit, der Gedanke der Freiheit aller, konnte in der antiken Welt nicht dominant werden. Die Kenntnis des Keimlings, auch das lernen wir bei Hegel, allein sichert noch nicht hinlängliches Wissen über einen Baum. Eine gerade neu entstandene politische Information gewährt noch nicht die Erkenntnis über ihre entfaltete Form. Hegel spielt also auf den Gedanken an, dass seine Zeit den eigentlichen Beginn der modernen Welt repräsentiert, obschon er auch hinsichtlich der Geschichte unzulänglich die Metaphorik der Lebensalter verwendet, also Kindheit, Erwachsensein und Alter. Hegel hat den Anspruch, eine philosophische Theorie dieser Welt vorzulegen, einer Zeit, in der sich das Grundmuster dieser modernen Zeit, besonders der Schlüsselbegriff der Freiheit, herausgebildet hatten und so die Eule der Wissenschaft ihren Flug beginnen kann. Dies belegt die Deutung der Französischen Revolution. Zum ersten Mal, so Hegel, sei eine Verfassung auf das Recht gegründet. Der Mensch habe sich auf den Kopf, das heißt auf den Gedanken gestellt. Auf diese, der Minerva ähnliche Kopfgeburt, gründet sich das Präludium der Moderne. Rousseau, so Hegel, habe das reine Denken als Prinzip aufgestellt. Im Terrain des Willens und Handelns den freien Willen als Begriff des Menschen. Der Wille ist eben nur als Denkender frei. Mit Rousseau sei das Prinzip der Freiheit aufgegangen, metaphorisch aufgegangen, wiederum dieses Metaphorische des Aufgehens, des Beginnens, die Morgenröte am Abend der Geschichte. Rousseau galt vielen bekanntlich als Narr, verkündete aber Narrenweisheit, die vor der Revolution jedoch ihre massive Wirkung entfaltet. Vor der Revolution, also die Philosophie kam nicht zu spät. Mit der Revolution als diesem herrlichen Sonnenaufgang, der schönen Morgenröte, der Freiheit sei der Mensch dazu gekommen, so Hegel, zu erkennen, dass der Gedanke die geistliche Wirklichkeit regieren muss. Zu begreifen ist so die moderne Welt als Dämmerung der Geschichte und in ihr liegt zugleich der Anfang für die vielleicht mögliche Realisation individueller Freiheit in einer freien Gemeinschaft. Zweiter Punkt, Metaphern und Vorstellungen. Es geht also um die Bedeutung von Metaphern, Bildern oder Vorstellungen in der Philosophie. Die Eule ist eine der berühmtesten Metaphern. Die Metapher repräsentiert laut Hegel, ich gebe jetzt Hegels Metaphernverständnis wieder, repräsentiert ein kurzes Symbol, das in ein Bild konzentriert ist. Eine Bildlichkeit, durch welche der Gehalt hindurch scheint. Die Bedeutung wird in Form einer verwandten ähnlichen Äußerlichkeit veranschaulicht. Die Verbildlichung ergibt sich aus einer Übersetzung, einer Umschreibung. Es handelt sich um eine ins Kurze gezogene Vergleichung. Die gemeinte Bedeutung bleibt notwendig, und das ist wichtig, zwei- oder vieldeutig. Die Überlegungen erfolgen also im Blick auf Hegels berühmte Metapher von dem in der Dämmerung einsetzenden Flug der Eule. Damit befindet man sich mitten im Thema, beim Verhältnis von Metaphorik und Denken. In Hegelscher Terminologie beim Verhältnis zwischen Vorstellung und Begriff. Für Überlegungen der sich daran anschließenden Problemfelder der Beziehung zwischen Argumentation und Narration, zwischen figürlichem und diskursivem Erkennen, scheint die Konfrontation von Hegel und Nietzsche als ein besonders ergiebiger Ansatz. Also Hegels Phalanx des Begriffs kontra Nietzsches Heer der Metaphern. Die Frage nach der Darstellungsform des Ausdrucks oder der Mitteilungsweise erweist sich als zentrale Herausforderung für die Philosophie und ist eben nicht eine bloße Sache des Designs oder des äußeren Schmucks. Kant, dem Hegel hier ganz klar folgt, hat dies in seinem berühmten Aufsatz von einem neuerdings erhobenen, vornehmen Ton in der Philosophie klar formuliert. Ich zitiere Kant. In der Form besteht das Wesen der Sache, sofern dieses durch Vernunft erkannt werden soll. So Kant. Es geht also um die Frage nach der Möglichkeit der Unterscheidung von literarischen und philosophischen Texten, nach der Möglichkeit der Differenzierung der verschiedenen Formen oder Sprachen, also um das Problem einer möglichen Transformation, eines Übersetzens zwischen diesen Ausdrucksformen und um die Frage nach Übergangs- oder Mischformen. Um es im Bild der Brücke zu veranschaulichen, Erstens, kann man die beiden Seiten als sich unterscheidende Brückenköpfe verstehen? Zweitens, gibt es einen sicheren Übergang, einseitig oder wechselseitig? Drittens, welche Textart kampiert notwendig auf der Brücke? Als Zugang zur Frage sei ein kurzer Blick zurück auf Kant und Hegel erlaubt, die selbst mit solchen Grenzüberschreitungen und Versuchen zur Grenzverwischung hinlänglich konfrontiert waren. In dem schon erwähnten Aufsatz hatte Kant die Versuche der Übertragung der ästhetischen Vorstellungsart auf die Philosophie scharf zurückgewiesen. Das allein Philosophische bestehe nach Kant darin, die Sache auf deutliche Begriffe nach logischer Lehrart zu bringen. Zitat Kant Ende. Die vorgebliche Philosophie des Orakels, die geniemäßig durch einen einzigen, so Kant, scharf Blick auf ihr Inneres den Gegenstand fasst, konfrontiert der Königsberger mit der Philosophie à la Aristoteles. Eben geprägt durch diskursives Bemühen aufgrund des Vermögens der Erkenntnis durch Begriffe, die viele Stufen mühsam erklimmen muss, um zu Fortschritten in der Erkenntnis zu gelangen. Philosophie als herkulische Arbeit der Selbsterkenntnis, die ihre Positionen rechtfertigen muss, Zitat Kant, um sich der Wahrheit ihrer Behauptungen berühmen zu dürfen. Der Schwärmer hingegen kann seinen Gedanken weder verständlich machen noch mitteilen. Er benötigt einen mystischen Vorgang, einen Übersprung, einen Salto mortale von Begriffen zum Undenkbaren, ein Vermögen der Ergreifung dessen, so Kant, was kein Begriff erreicht und gelangt so zu keiner eigentlichen Erkenntnis, nur so Kant zu einem Surrogat derselben, zu einer übernatürlichen Mitteilung. Aufgrund des Mangels an scharfen Beweisen, so Kant weiter, werden Analogien, bildliche Ausdrücke als Argumente aufgeboten. Der Vorschlag, poetisch zu philosophieren, gleiche laut Kant dem Ansinnen, Zitat Kant, an einen Kaufmann, seine Handelsbücher künftig nicht in Prosa, sondern in Versen zu schreiben. So Kant. Es werden bei den Begriffsdichtern die Mischformen zwischen Argument und Verbildlichung präferiert. Tropen, Hypotyposen, Erzählungen, Gleichnisse und der Essay. Alles Darstellungen des Skeptizismus, des Skeptischen. Nur versteht Hegel seine Phänomenologie des Geistes gerade unmissverständlich als die Vollbringung, die Aufhebung des Skeptizismus. Und zwar sowohl in Richtung des Inhalts als auch der Form, also der speziellen Sprache der Skepsis. Hegel erweist sich als der scharfsinnigste Kritiker der skeptisch-pyrrhonischen Tradition und setzt eben auf Argumentation, auf Wissen und legitimiert in neuer Weise die Relevanz des begreifenden Denkens in einer Weise, die sich essentiell von den vorherigen Konzepten der Metaphysik unterscheidet und nicht einfach in diesen alten Topf geworfen werden kann. Der Ausweg für den Skeptiker liege laut Montaigne in einer völlig neuen Sprache, so Montaigne. Nietzsche rebelliert in ähnlicher Weise, Zitat, die Philosophie sei in den Netzen der Sprache eingefangen. Derrida ruft ebenfalls nach einem solchen neuen Vokabular. Zum Beispiel müsse die klare Opposition von Metapher und Begriff durch eine andere Verbindung ersetzt werden, weil die Metapher ein von der Metaphysik geprägter Begriff sei. Dessen Verwendung die Akzeptanz der Spielregeln des Alten, also der Argumentation, bedeutet. Aus dieser scharfsinnigen Beobachtung wird geschlossen, dass selbst Nietzsches verdienstvolle Vorgehensweise der Verallgemeinerung des Metaphorischen eben in diese Falle des begreifenden Denkens getappt ist. Es müssten somit die Grenzen prinzipiell verschoben werden, so Derrida, und die Metaphysik zunächst als weise Mythologie demaskiert werden. Der diskursiv-argumentative Anspruch soll ihr abgesprochen und sie als eine literarisch-mythologische Textform gelesen werden. Der weise Mensch mit SZ habe in dieser Metaphysik seine eigene indoeuropäische Mythologie, nämlich die Vernunft. Dieser Logos sei eben auch ein Mythos. All die Skeptiker und Ironiker votieren also für poetische Philosopheme, für die philosophischen Poeme und outen sich somit als Bewohner auf der Brücke. In der Nachfolge ihrer pyrrhonischen Altvorderen, Montaigne, Schlegel, Nietzsche. Der Schacht und die Pyramide. Derrida schreibt in seinem spannenden Aufsatz Der Schacht und die Pyramide Hegel für die Aufklärung unserer Thematik außerordentliche Verdienste zu. Hegels Gedanken über den subjektiven Geist in der Enzyklopädie gelten Derrida, hören Sie zu, als Gründungsakt moderner Semiologie. Die Grundzüge einer neuen Zeichentheorie und Linguistik würden formuliert von Hegel. So Derrida. Nebenbei, dies wäre denjenigen Hegel-Ignoranten unter den analytischen Philosophen ins Stammbuch zu schreiben, die meinen, sie wären die einzigen Sachwalter der Sprache. Rolf-Peter Horstmann betont schon vor langer Zeit, dass nicht nur in Nietzsches, sondern auch in Hegels Kritik an der alten Metaphysik, Zitat, die Rolle der Sprache eine besondere Funktion einnimmt, dass Hegels Diagnose der Leistungsfähigkeit der traditionellen Metaphysik eng, so Horstmann, an seine sprachphilosophischen Exkursionen gebunden sind. Derridas aufschlussreiche Untersuchung, deren Titel auf 2 Metaphern Hegels anspielt, bezieht sich allerdings auf ein beschränktes Textvolumen, eben auf diese Passagen der philosophischen Psychologie. Er zitiert aber Hegel dort zustimmend auch, Hegel, für solche Vereinigung des eigenen oder Inneren des Geistes und des Anschaulichen werden die Gebilde der Fantasie allenthalben anerkannt. Ihr weiterer bestimmter Inhalt gehört anderen Gebieten an. Die Kritik Derridas an den hier vorhandenen Positionen Hegel hat somit entscheidende Texte Hegels nicht zureichend im Blick. Um die These etwas plakativ und provokant zu fassen und abzuschließen, Hegels Phänomenologie des Geistes ist eben kein pyrrhonisch-ironistischer Vokabularwechsel, kein sich stets wandelndes Heer von Metaphern, keine Odyssee und schon gar keine Deodyssee. Es ist auch nicht die Reise eines Gulliver, Yorick oder Wilhelm Meister. Obschon Hegels Phänomenologie all diese Formen aufnimmt und an sie anknüpft, stellt sie besonders durch ihren letzten und entscheidenden Übergang eben zum begreifenden Denken den Versuch der Aufhebung des Mythopoetischen in die Sprache des Begriffs dar. Die den Textstatus des Poetischen und Mythologischen verbindende Kategorie ist für Hegel die Vorstellung. Zu Recht kennzeichnet Ricoeur den Terminus Vorstellung als gewaltigen Nebelfleck und erinnert an den unterschiedlichen Sinn seiner Bestimmung in den Philosophien. Auch Hegels Gebrauch dieses Wort erfordert eine präzise Erläuterung, die ich hier natürlich nur ganz knapp geben kann. Die einzelnen Bestimmungen von Vorstellungen werden in dem genannten Kapitel über den subjektiven Geist in der Enzyklopädie dargestellt. Die können hier, wie gesagt, nicht eigens rekonstruiert werden. Sie sollten als der höheren Sprache der Vorstellung inhärent erwiesen werden, als eingeschrieben in die Formen dann der Kunst und Religion. Dies legitimiert sich aber besonders aus dem Gewicht des Inhalts. Der entscheidende Inhalt als Objektivität, als objektiver Geist geht eben Kunst und Religion vorauf, muss bei ihrer Erfassung unbedingt berücksichtigt werden. Die Darstellungen des Objektiven enthalten eben Hegels Philosophie der Freiheit im engeren Sinne. Und gerade ein solches Denken der Freiheit ist eine Leerstelle bei allen Protagonisten der ästhetischen Vorstellungsart. Deswegen versuchen die Betreffenden gerne diesen Schritt zum Inhalt zu umgehen. Man könne das Reich der Vorstellungen nicht verlassen, so hört man. Und im Anklang an alte Redensarten von starrer, unüberwindlicher Notwendigkeit wird eine Grenzsetzungsmentalität vertreten. Somit ein klarer Rückfall in die alte Metaphysik und in Dogmatismus. Zunächst eine knappe Bestimmung von Hegels Vorstellungsverständnis. Ganz knapp. Vorstellungen stehen also zwischen sinnlich Anschauenden und dem Begriff. Die Mitte, das Zwischen, den Übergang, also Verbildlichung des Allgemeinen und Verallgemeinerung des Bildlichen. Das ist also wichtig. Hegel konzipiert dann verschiedene Stufen dieser Vorstellung, darauf gehe ich jetzt nicht ein. Letztlich wird die Einheit von Einzelheit, das ist entscheidend, Einzelheit, Besonderheit und Allgemeinheit in der Vorstellung nicht zureichend gewonnen, nicht erreicht. Infolge ihres Oszillierens bildet sie selbst, die Vorstellung, den Übergang, die Brücke und verbleibt deswegen in der Mehrdeutigkeit oder im Entweder-Oder. Der Ironiker Friedrich Schlegel hat dies vortrefflich formuliert, wenn er von der Unmöglichkeit und der Notwendigkeit einer vollständigen Mitteilung spricht. Notwendigkeit und Unmöglichkeit. Neben dem skizzierten Konzept des Übersetzens bleibt die präzise Unterscheidung von Philosophie und Literatur, also zwischen Argumentation und Erzählung von entscheidendem Gewicht, ist also eine wichtige Herausforderung. Für Hegel ist das Lebenselixier, das wurde jetzt auch schon dargestellt, natürlich der Philosophie das begreifende Denken, das seinen angemessenen Ausdruck eben in der Sprache des Begriffs findet. Die Philosophie ist eben keine Erzählung dessen, so Hegel, was geschieht, sondern eine Erkenntnis, was wahr darin ist. Und aus dem Wahren soll sie ferner begreifen, was in der Erzählung als ein bloßes Geschehen erscheint. So, also die Philosophie darf also nie, so Hegel, Zitat, der Verführung der Vorstellung erliegen. Das ist also ganz wichtig für dieses Verhältnis von Vorstellung und Begriff. Die metaphorische Form ist also nicht die passende, so Hegel, für die Philosophie. Der Gedanke, der sich selbst zum Gegenstand hat, muss auch in der Form des Gedankens sich Gegenstand sein. Er muss sich zu seiner Form auch erhoben haben. Zitat Ende. Ich komme zum zweiten und letzten Abschnitt, Hegel und das Ende der Geschichte. Jetzt kommen wir auch zur Eule wieder. Der Grundgegenstand und darum auch das leitende Prinzip des Geschichtlichen ist für Hegel der Geist, und zwar nach seinem Wesen, dem Begriff der Freiheit. Die Weltgeschichte, das kennen Sie, stellt den Stufengang der Entwicklung des Prinzips dar, dessen Gehalt das Bewusstsein der Freiheit ist. Die nähere Bestimmung der Stufen der Weltgeschichte, Zitat Hegel, ist in ihrer, und das ist wichtig, in ihrer allgemeinen Natur logisch, ähnlich wie die Geschichte der Philosophie, in ihrer konkreteren, aber in der Philosophie des Geistes anzugeben. Die Fixierung der drei Hauptstufen der Weltgeschichte orientiert sich am Status der Freiheit. Freiheit des Partikular Einzelnen, dann die Freiheit der Besonderen, also die antiken Politen, und drittens die allgemeine Freiheit. Das ist entscheidend, das Dritte. Als Ziel oder Endzweck der Geschichte gilt die allgemeine Freiheit, die Freiheit aller. Und insofern ist die moderne Welt das Ende der Geschichte. Der moderne Staat als letzter Staat, so Hegel, hat die Stärke, Zitat, das Prinzip der Subjektivität, sich zum selbstständigen Extreme der persönlichen Besonderheit vollenden zu lassen und zugleich es in die substanzielle Einheit zurückzuführen. Der freie Wille gilt so als die substanzielle Grundlage aller Rechte. Mit diesem Prinzip der Freiheit, Zitat Hegel, gehen wir dann über zu dem letzten Stadium der Weltgeschichte. Und jetzt wichtig, zur Form unseres Geistes, unserer Tage. Zitat Ende. Die moderne Welt repräsentiert also das Ende der Geschichte, die letzte historische Weltformation. Dies impliziert aber weder ein utopisches Moratorium, wie es Ernst Bloch meinte, noch den Ausschluss von Zukunft, wie Ortega y Gasset schrieb, noch die Öffnung hin zu neuen Stufen. Eine höhere Stufe als Weltformierung der Freiheit steht Hegels Begriff von Geschichte entgegen. Und das ist ganz wichtig, ein Begriff, der sich nicht allgemein auf menschliches Geschehen, sondern, und das ist ganz entscheidend, auf einen Stufengang oder auf eine Schichtung bezieht und sich von unserem heutigen Gebrauch des Wortes Geschichte wesentlich unterscheidet. Die historische Weltgeschichtung, so könnte man an Anlehnung an die geologische Sicht, die Erdschichtung sagen, hat ihre letzte abschließende Schicht erreicht. Durch das universale Freiheitsbewusstsein kommt die Geschichte mit dieser höchsten Stufe zu ihrem eigenen Grund und geht bitte Betonung, geht als Stufengang zugrunde. Der moderne Staat musste also seinem Begriff gemäß konstituiert werden. Hegel notiert, Mensch, Zitat, Mensch muss sich selbst formieren, ist geschichtlich, das heißt, gehört in die Zeit. Und jetzt ganz entscheidend, in die Geschichte vor der Freiheit. Da ist Geschichte. Zitat Ende. Was Hegel so als Geschichte benennt, ist genau genommen die Vorgeschichte des Menschlichen. Hegels Rede vom Ende der Geschichte beinhaltet also keineswegs den definitiven Abschluss menschlichen Geschehens im Sinne einer Perfektion oder einer aktuellen Präsenz der besten aller Welten. In der modernen Zeit vollzieht sich das menschliche Geschehen nach Hegel innerhalb des erreichten Weltrahmens, in Gestalt der Globalisierung als einer Internationalisierung wesentlicher Lebensvollzüge. Das moderne Prinzip der Freiheit kann sich also in die Köpfe hinein und in die Welt hinausbilden, wie Hegel das sagt. Es geht am Ende der Geschichte also um die globale Gestaltung dieser allgemeinen Freiheit. Der Gipfelpunkt des Stufengangs wird erreicht und jetzt geht es um die Formierung dieses erklommenen Plateaus, und zwar nach Maßgabe des Prinzips der Freiheit. Die Realisierung des Begriffs startet metaphorisch, also seinen wahren und jetzt sehr schnellen Flug. Eine Gestalt des Lebens, nämlich die Geschichte in ihrer Gestalt als Stufengang, ist reif geworden. Es gibt für sie keine Rückkehr zu früheren, vermeintlich idyllischen Formen, keinen Aufbruch zu substanziell neuen Stufen. Es bleibt den Menschen, bitte in Anführungszeichen, das Nur, was ich jetzt sage, das Nur in Anführungszeichen, die Erkenntnis und die weltumspannende Realisation des Gedankens der Freiheit als des wahrhaften Prinzips menschlicher Gemeinschaftlichkeit. Schwer genug. Ende meint also nochmals keineswegs Tod oder Stillstand, wie die meisten das unterstellen. Hegel gebraucht das Wort Ende im Sinne von Friedrich Schiller, dessen jener Antrittsvorlesung trug den Titel „Was heißt und zu welchem Ende studiert man Universalgeschichte?" Ende als Zweck, Telos. Selbst in seiner Alltagssprache benutzte Hegel das Wort in diesem Sinne. Ich zitiere Hegel: Ich will Sie zu diesem Ende gegen 3 Uhr erwarten. Zu diesem Behufe oder zu diesem Zwecke. Das Ende der Geschichte, und dies ist hier die Hauptintention des Hegelschen Denkens, ist als eigentlicher Beginn humaner Existenz zu verstehen. Das Ende der Geschichte als Beginn humaner Existenz, als Anfang eines Zeitalters, in dem der Mensch schlechthin, und Hegel wieder metaphorisch, als neuer, höchster und letzter Heiliger gilt. Und das Entscheidende ist, als letzter Heiliger. Darin besteht der Zentralpunkt dieser Konzeption. Die Gedanken der Freiheit, des Rechts sind also als Grundprinzipien der Selbstverständigung und Selbstinterpretation zu entfalten. Freiheit soll also das Prinzip werden, woran sich der sittliche Kosmos orientiert. Dies ist wohl das Einzige, was Hegel über die Zukunft sagt. Das Einzige. Er liefert weder eine utopische Verheißung auf ein irdisches Paradies, zu dessen Einrichtung letzte heilige Schlachten geschlagen werden, noch eine Vertröstung auf ein himmlisches Reich. Es geht eben nicht um ein prophetisches Raunen, um mystische Zukunftsvisionen in Form des Glaubens an künftige Weltalter oder utopische kommunistische Reiche. Begreifen und Gestalten der Freiheit, der Conditia Humana, vor dieser Herausforderung steht die Menschheit. Aus einer Hegelschen Perspektive ist dies kein bequemes Unternehmen auf einfachen Pfaden. Und jetzt komme ich zurück auf den Vortrag von Slavoj Žižek gestern. In diesem Dimension stimme ich ihm ganz zu. So lese ich auch Hegel. Das ist kein Wandeln in den schönen Hainen des antiken Griechenland oder in buddhistischen Klostergärten. Das ist kein Flanieren, wie ich es gerne sage, durch Seattle oder Jena. Es ist die schwierigste und riskanteste, die gefährlichste Herausforderung für die Menschheit. Stichwort gestern Distrust. Das ist also nicht Hegel ist nicht ein Harmonist. Dieses Vorhaben gleicht für Hegel einem großen Wagstück, einem Seiltanz ohne Fangnetz. Oder wenn Sie es hier gestatten, der Kollege Kobe gestattet das sicher, dies gleicht einem Sprung unsererseits von der Schanze in Planica. Es ähnelt, ja, fahren Sie da mal runter. Es ähnelt einem Unternehmen, das eben nach Hegel noch am Anfang steht. Das 20. Jahrhundert hat dies schmerzvoll gezeigt. Und dessen Gelingen, nochmal Distrust, dessen Gelingen nicht sicher sein kann. Wenn die Philosophie ihr Grau in Grau malt, Rousseau tat genau dies, dann ist eine Gestalt des Lebens alt geworden, nämlich das Ancien Regime und die gesamte frühere Geschichte der Ungleichheit in Hinsicht der Freiheit. Diese Gestalt ist alt geworden und die lässt sich mit Grau und Grau auch nicht mehr verjüngen, sondern nur erkennen. Das Ende des alten Paradigmas. Die Eule der Minerva beginnt also jetzt in dieser Dämmerung ihren Flug, in dieser. Jetzt kann der Gedanke der allgemeinen Freiheit aller Besonderen, der Freiheit aller Denken begründet werden. Die Philosophie ist jedoch ebenso zu sehen als Hahnenschlag, so mein Titel, eines neu anbrechenden Morgens, der eine verjüngte Gestalt der Welt ankündigt. Rousseau hat das reine Denken also als Prinzip aufgestellt. Der freie Wille macht den Begriff des Menschen aus. Wer das Denken verwirft und von Freiheit spricht, weiß nicht, was er redet. Die Armee der französischen Revolutionäre setzte dann, was? Den Hahn auf ihre Heeresfahnen. Den Hahn, das Krähen des gallischen Hahns in der Frühe verkündete den neuen Tag, den Sonnenaufgang. Und jetzt komme ich zurück zur Minerva. Auch der Göttin Minerva war der Hahn, nicht nur die Eule, der Hahn als Verkünder des neuen Tages heilig. Damit schließt sich der Kreis. Eule und Hahn sind keine Antipoden. Die Bilder der Morgenröte und der Dämmerung, wie oft suggeriert wird, schließen sich somit keineswegs aus. Es sind Metaphern. Philosophie kommt sowohl später als auch früher. Die Französische Revolution war Abend- und Morgenröte. Soweit mein Tragen von Eulen und Hähnen nach Ljubljana. Mit Hegel sollten wir versuchen, Kollege Krijnen hat das schon deutlich dafür votiert, die Sachen auf den Begriff zu bringen. Und das heißt, das Ende der Geschichte ist für Hegel der Anfang der Möglichkeit eines Lebens in Freiheit. Eine Chance, die wir vielleicht nutzen oder vielleicht auch verfehlen können. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Professor Vieweg, for your lecture. Danke. Now it is the time for questions. The questions can be formulated in English for Professor Vieweg as well, but the answers are going to be told in German and later translated if it is necessary for anyone. Please, Luca.
Thanks a lot for both speeches. I have a question for Professor Krijnen. The importance of the history of philosophy for the university today. And you told something in your speech, and in order to give some reasons for a philosophical history of philosophy, you can find a curious friend in the analytical philosophy, because the analytical philosophy thinks that history of philosophy is not something that has to do with history, but the history of philosophy is a sort of a repertory, a sort of lager of problems, and we can choose this one, and so on. And think this is a sort of destruction of history of philosophy, but it is a philosophical history of philosophy in a certain sense. And on the other hand, we have an historical history of philosophy where we have people who works on some, in a direction of a sort of dissolution of philosophy into the times, into the context. And so we have no more philosophy. And I have the impression that today university is okay with these two models. And a very historical history of philosophy or a problematic, in the sense of analytic philosophy, history of philosophy. And what is for an Hegelian history of philosophy in today's university? This is my question. Und für Klaus, in English or in German? Für Klaus, ich wollte etwas über die Beziehung zwischen Vorstellungen und Begriff sagen und fragen. Ja, für Hegel, die Philosophie ist immer die Transformation von Vorstellungen in Begriffen. Aber das Problem ist, dass dieser Begriff ist dann immer linguistisch sozusagen exponiert. Also der Begriff der Philosophie. Und wird er nicht nochmal eine Vorstellung, die nochmal immer aufgehoben werden soll?
Thank you. Okay, have you, I will first, no, may I?
No, it's easier, I think, for the
Okay, then we will take first all questions and yeah.
Vielen Dank. Also ich habe die Frage für Professor Vieweg. Auf der einen Seite betonen Sie das moderne Prinzip der Freiheit Conditio Humana. Als Conditio Humana beschreiben Sie das in diesem Sinne. Und wir verstehen uns als Menschen nur als freie Menschen. Also Freiheit ist das Grundprinzip unseres Selbstverständnisses. Auf der anderen Seite betonen Sie, wir müssen die Freiheit noch realisieren. Oder vor dieser Herausforderung steht Menschen. Und vielleicht ist das eine naive Frage, aber das scheint widersprüchlich zu sein. Wie passen die zwei Aussagen zusammen? Also das Prinzip der Freiheit und die Aufgabe, dieses Prinzip in die Welt hinauszubilden. Vielen Dank.
Yes, thank you. I also had a question pertaining to the history of philosophy. So perhaps it's almost the same as your question, but slightly new. I was trained in analytic philosophy, and we read Bertrand Russell, which is also a very philosophical conception because it ends with himself, of course, logical positivism, and Hegel is there to be, maltreated. I also had other books, Swedish books, written by prominent analytical philosophers that had an extremely, in one sense, Hegelian understanding, because philosophy's history was supposed to be written from the point of view of current research. And Hegel was thus, by definition, excluded. He makes no sense. So you can be a very Hegelian philosopher in somehow unconsciously while excluding Hegel. So how are we to deal with this idea? Because I mean that you write the history of philosophy from your own vantage point, which has to do with your own conception of a system, which could be a non-systematic concept of a system, which most philosophers would have today. So even in analytic philosophy today, you find a lot of histories of philosophy. They are not just problem-oriented. They are really systematic histories, but they are written from a certain vantage point. And the problem is that between these different modern vantage points, there seems to be no communication. So we end up, we spoke about meta-philosophy yesterday. We end up with a series of meta-philosophies that don't talk to each other. And they can all say, yes, we are true to Hegel. They can all somehow refer to Hegel and say, yes, we are the true Hegelians. And how are we to deal with that situation?
Vielen Dank an Sie beide. Ich habe eine kleine Frage an Herrn Vieweg. Und zwar wäre die Frage, könnten Sie noch mal was zu den Standards sagen, nach denen man sagen kann, die müssen ja irgendwie inhaltlich und formal zugleich sein, wann Freiheit gelingt und wann wir scheitern, sie wirklich zu machen. Weil auf der einen Seite kann Freiheit nicht was sein, das ist, glaube ich, hängt mit der Frage zusammen, was wir einfach haben, natürlich. Sonst müssten wir sie nicht machen. Und wenn wir sie aber machen, dann muss es irgendwelche Formen der Beschreibung geben, die Teil der freiheitlichen Realisierung von Freiheit sind, die uns verständlich machen, ob es da überhaupt um Realisierung von Freiheit geht oder nicht. Hegel spricht in der Logik von Rückfällen und darauf wollte ich ganz kurz kommen, weil es muss heißen, dass unser Scheitern in der Realisierung von Freiheit auch zu Rückfällen führen kann. Also heute gibt es mehr Sklaven in der Welt als jemals zuvor, zum Beispiel. Ja, und das heißt ja was systematisch. Und ja, genau. Danke.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have a response to a question for Professor Krijnen. On some level, I completely agree with you on the question of, on the question of pleas for diversity's sake. I think they are politically and socially impotent in a way, and much less useful in philosophy. And secondly, I also agree, and I think you've pointed that out quite well, that Hegel's position here is of a position of universalism. And I personally consider myself to be a universalist, so I am absolutely with you on that point. However, I think you fail Hegel on some level. You fail Hegel on some level, I think that you do. Because I think the best that Hegel can offer us is not some sort of normative notion of universalism. Universalism does not equal normativity or some sort of normative understanding of history, of logic, of anything, to be honest. What Hegel offers us in his, most profoundest way is precisely the notion that universality itself can be transformed. So just as you cannot pretend at some point that French Revolution didn't happen, you cannot simply say it's just a barbarous event, They did manage to kill a king, but will restore monarchy. Just as you cannot simply say that, you have to acknowledge that the French Revolution was a historical event, and it has profoundly changed what humanity means, and that it has brought about a completely new order of universality. I think in the very same sense, you cannot simply pretend that the political change which allowed women to vote and which and the political change that allowed no slavery in a modern society, you cannot simply pretend that that didn't happen and that it did, and that the universality itself hasn't been transformed. So, inasmuch as I am on your side on the question of, yes, I mean, a plea for diversity, celebrating diversity in itself is pointless. But at the same time, I think that, we have to admit that something has changed and that it touches on universality itself, that we have to see it differently.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think that it was quite enough.
At least for now, we will forget otherwise.
Yes, okay, yes. Just please start answering, because it will take you a long time.
So yes, the questions posed to me, thank you very much for that. I'm also really glad that you posed your question and said it's more or less the same direction, and you nodded, because you could also interpret the question in a more political sense. What do we really do at the universities and so on and so on. But here, apparently, the problem is this diversity of philosophies on the one hand, on the other hand, that there is an intrinsic relationship between the history of philosophy and that one, and then we seem to be in a kind of, let's say, meeting of eremites who are unable to communicate anymore. Well, I think, as such, this is an interesting issue. If we start with analytical philosophy, indeed, you get the idea. You get the idea that philosophy, and this idea of rational reconstruction and so on, is basically an history of problems. So that is one really important aspect, because that also links the analytical tradition to the continental tradition. For the continental tradition, this whole idea of Problemgeschichte, it was, so to say, introduced by the Neo-Kantians and then elaborated on by Nikolai Hartmann, so you could make a package out of it. And the whole problem is that what a philosophical problem is depends on your concept of philosophy. Therefore, a philosophy of problems can never be the format of a history of philosophy, because you also have to interrelate the problems according to the concept of philosophy. Now, what is the solution of this more Kantian approaches of Neo-Kantian and Hartmann? They implicitly just presuppose Kant as the end of history. So they, of course, they formulate it differently, but if you look at Cassirer or Windelband, you know, it doesn't matter. All the time, at the end of the day, Kant is the big hero. So, so what you see here is, yeah, you need to have an overarching concept of philosophy. Now, how can you justify that concept of philosophy? Only by a systematic philosophy. So indeed, at the end of the day, if we speak of a pure philosophical history of philosophy, it just depends on the quality of a specific, concrete, systematic philosophy. And what you then, therefore, I also emphasize this idea of totality. We can also say with Kant, there is only one totality. So every philosophy excludes any other philosophy, because there cannot be two totalities. And therefore the history of philosophy is not a history of problems, but a history of totalities. Eine Ganzheitsgeschichte. Now, that immediately means that this is not a systematical problem. You just have to show that the other one is wrong. Now, a different perspective is, of course, yeah, what do I do then with the students? How can I introduce them? But this is a more pragmatical problem. So I think this is really the idea. The hardcore idea is philosophy is about totality. Therefore, you have to know whole history. Otherwise, you cannot pretend to present the concept of totality. And at the same time, you have to exclude everybody in now and in future. Now, and therefore, the whole history of philosophy is a history of a progress of concepts of totality, getting to a more differentiated concept and more größere Einheit und Vielheit in einem System. So unity and diversity are then a criteria for this progression. So I think we really have to accept that. But at the same time, we can say also a non-philosophical or reflective type of philosophy, history of philosophy is possible. And then I think what you could do, Hegel did not do that, you could maybe look more at the transitions. For example, Duising did that, for example. Then, yeah, if you comment on a certain philosophy, well, what's the status of this comment? Is it merely non-philosophical? But it's, of course, not a real history of philosophy, but you need the comments. If you criticize a philosophy, like take Hegel, for example, when I wrote this text, I also read some other things. Fulda, he's really one of my heroes. But in this respect, he had no problem just using the qualification reflective history for Hegel's Differenzschrift. Now, so the consequence would be that Hegel's analysis of the philosophy of his time is not philosophical. And I think in that text, Fulda just underestimated the distinction between philosophical and non-philosophical history. But the point is, yeah, what exactly is the status of such a criticism? So you could do some more work on that. So okay, yes, and then the problem of normativity. Well, as I indicated yesterday, I completely disagree that Hegel's philosophy has no normative status and the normative implications. I think that, I mean, the basic problem here is, so to say, this whole criticism of formalism of Kant. And the point is not that Hegel rejects any criticism, normativity in philosophy and so on and so on. But that Kant's concept of normativity is just not sufficient to understand the actuality of freedom, both in the logical sense as the freedom of the concept, as well as freedom as the actualization of the concept in reality. Therefore Kant fails, and therefore we need to have another more fundamental concept of freedom and its actualization. And then the question arises, well, how can we integrate this, so to say, duty, normative kind of oriented project of Kant? I did some work on that, but that is not a relationship of exclusion. It is a relationship of more basic problems and more subsequent problems. So if you then look, for example, concretely at Hegel's history of philosophy, he criticizes continuously Tennemann, Brugge, you know, whatever. So continuously he makes a statement and he criticizes the basic position he argues against his historicism. But what would it mean to criticize somebody if that criticism would have no normative status? So you say, because criticism in this sense is just saying you're wrong. But it has no implications, right? I mean, frankly speaking, I don't know what that would be. Because you could reformulate that, well, if you would have understood yourself better, you would have said something else. And because you're a free person, you're capable of doing so. So in future, don't say this anymore. It's a kind of analytical development of your own statement that you criticize somebody. So I really think you have to see that this whole idea of normativity has a foundation which shows that normativity is always concrete in one or another situation where there is already normativity. Now, if you now take the Kantian stance, that there is a norm or a protocol or categorical imperative, however you now want to call it, which you are going to apply on something given, taken as nature, something immediately given. You exclude the whole idea that where you apply this norm to is already normative in itself and already has limited, so to say, your normative implication. And that is the dimension Hegel wants to address in his philosophy of objective spirit. But that does not at all mean that he excludes then doctrine of duty. It is only the case that the doctrine of duty cannot be the doctrine to understand what it means to actualize freedom. So I think you have your conception of normativity is, so to say, too exclusive. Yes or no? No, it is both, but in a specific relationship.
May I add something? Because I don't think that the question was solely about the normative status of concept or so on. The idea was that the concept itself has been changed, that the universal itself. This is, I think, and how.
Yeah, exactly. So now we come to this point. Now you say the generality itself or the university. Yes, but on the one hand you could say yes, because every time whole philosophy changes. But at the same time, this change is the same as it is continuously a change regarding to a more full complex of totality or a more full complex of self-determination, or to reformulate it again, a new concept of freedom. That remains identical. But only the, so to say, the articulation of it changes. It becomes more differentiated, and it becomes more, so to say, intrinsically related. That changes. So we could also say the form remains the same, otherwise we could not identify an appearance as philosophy. But the matter, the content, it changes. So therefore, what has been surpassed becomes now a moment of the new philosophy that would not be possible if there is no relationship between them. And the relationship is that they have an identical validity claim. And the validity claim is to be a conception of totality or of foundations. So in that sense, I would, yeah, that's important. In that sense, I would say, yes, there is a radical change, but in that radical change, what has been there is being afgehoben. And in that sense, we could maybe say it is bringing what we have already to a new level of determinacy. And in that sense, there is no radical change. All the time, we want to know what the principle of reality is in philosophy. That doesn't change. Otherwise, that would not be philosophy.
Okay, thank you. Herr Vieweg, bitte.
Ja, die erste Frage, Luca, 2 Punkte. 2 Punkte, also der erste Punkt ist, Hegel verweist auf die Rückübertragung oder Rückübersetzung vom Begriff in Vorstellung. Das heißt, zweitens auch, es muss ständig geprüft werden, ob es eine gelungene Übersetzung aus der Vorstellungswelt in den Begriff war. Was ist das, der Maßstab? Der Inhalt muss in angemessener Form dargestellt sein, versprachlicht sein. Und da müsste man natürlich dann weitergehen. Ein Maßstab ist, ja, ist denn die Einheit von Allgemeinheit, Besonderheit und Einzelheit zureichend dort präsent? Ein Beispiel, wo ich gar nicht begeistert bin und nicht zufrieden bin mit Hegel, da wundern sich dann die Leute. Ja, das ist der Begriff der Sittlichkeit in der Rechtsphilosophie. Der ist unglücklich gewählt, weil bekanntlich Kant Moralität und Sittlichkeit mehr oder weniger synonym verwendet, ne? Und Hegel macht jetzt ausgerechnet dort eine Differenz. Fußnote, mir ist bisher aber kein besserer Begriff eingefallen. Wenn du das schaffst, bin ich dafür, den Begriff der Sittlichkeit zu ersetzen. Aber der Inhalt, dass es dort um Familie, bürgerliche Gesellschaft und Staat geht, der bleibt. Der ändert sich nicht. Aber gerne einen anderen Begriff. Also sehr kurz, ne, die Antwort. Dann Conditio Humana. Hegel spricht davon, dass der Gedanke der Freiheit in die Köpfe hineingebildet werden soll und in die Welt hinaus. Aber was heißt hier Gedanke der Freiheit? Das ist der moderne Gedanke, sage ich jetzt sehr pauschal. Das ist der Gedanke allgemeiner Freiheit. Und der ist erst Resultat des modernen Denkens. Den hatten, ich habe es nur in einer Nebenbemerkung gesagt, der war nicht dominant in den altorientalischen Reichen und so weiter. Das heißt, die Menschen konnten sich noch nicht so verstehen, dass alle, jetzt rousseauistisch gesprochen, dass alle frei geboren sind. Na, das war außerhalb des Horizonts. Das heißt, was Hegel hier will, ist, dass der moderne Gedanke der Freiheit in die Köpfe und in die Welt hinausgebracht werden. Deswegen ist die Philosophie früher. Der ist noch nicht realisiert, dieser Gedanke. Noch nicht da. Herr Roda, vielen Dank für die Frage. Sehr wichtig und äußerst berechtigte Frage. Woran kann man Gelingen von Freiheit ermessen oder wie kann man das sehen? Da würde ich, wie gesagt, sehr kurz antworten. Rückfälle, völlig klar. Die müssen gedacht werden, wir haben das ja gestern auch gehört. Ne? Also die ständige Bedrohung, ne? Das ist kein idyllisches Geschichtsdenken, was Hegel manchmal zugeschrieben wird, sehe ich nicht so. Jetzt zu Ihrer Frage. Hegel entwickelt in der Rechtsphilosophie, in seiner Rechtsphilosophie eben den Begriff des Rechts und dann einen Katalog, sage ich mal sehr pauschal, von Rechten. Und anhand der Realisierung, der Gewährung dieser Rechte haben wir einen Maßstab, ob es ein moderner Staat ist oder nicht. Und da müssten wir jetzt alle diesen Katalog durchgehen. Ich habe nur eins zitiert, das ist nur ein, wo Hegel sagt, der Staat, da muss das Prinzip der Subjektivität zum selbstständigen Extrem der persönlichen Besonderheit. Von wegen Hegel, der Staat ist alles und der Einzelne ist nichts, das ist Unsinn. Der einzelne Besondere ist alles und der Staat ist nur dazu da, um die einzelne Besonderheit aller zu garantieren. Das ist das Kriterium. Das ist natürlich, da stimme ich Ihnen völlig zu, nicht so einfach ständig festzustellen, aber da müssen wir uns bemühen. Wir können wohl heute zumindest zwischen Nordkorea und Schweden unterscheiden. Ja, das ist jetzt sehr plakativ. Ne? Aber das muss dann gemacht werden und das geht nur an einem System oder Katalog, wie Sie wollen, von Rechten. Sind diese Rechte garantiert? Muss man die sogar noch erweitern, was der Hegel in der Rechtsphilosophie gemacht hat? Ne? Also das absolute Recht ist ist Rechte zu haben und jetzt muss man schauen, welche Rechte sind denn jetzt substanziell? Na, heute die Debatte, das Recht auf Leben ist ein sehr hohes, wie ich sage. Hohes Recht und dann können halt Rechte wie Freizügigkeit mal zeitweilig eingeschränkt werden. Ne? Das ist so was wie ein Kriterium. Und da kann man vielleicht feststellen, ist es gelungen, das Projekt der Freiheit, oder ist es unzulänglich oder ist es gar gescheitert?
Thank you. I think that we are come past you. I believe it's 13, and we're going to stop here. I'm going to thank to both distinguished speakers, Vieweg and Krijnen, and thank you also for your presence and questions. We'll meet here in 10 minutes, let's say, to hear the speeches from Simoniti and Illetterati. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start. Welcome to today's second panel. In it, we have an interesting juxtaposition. As I gather from the abstracts, we'll listen to two exercises in quite fundamental theoretizations of conceptual fields of, respectively, sociality and nature, drawn from Hegel's philosophy, of course. Our speakers are Luca Illetterati, professor of theoretical philosophy at University of Padua. He deals with problems of relating to classical German philosophy and, above all, with the relationship between philosophy and science in the thought of Kant, Hegel, and Heidegger. He is president of Italian Society of Theoretical Philosophy and president of Classical German Philosophy Research Group at University of Padua, which you might also know by its quite nice webpage, Hegel PD. Jure Simoniti is researcher at the University of Ljubljana. His main research topics are truth, German idealism, philosophy of language, philosophy of science. He's author of a number of books, if we limit the list to the ones accessible in world languages. Die Philosophie der kleinsten Prätentiosität, 2014, and The Untruth of Reality, the Unacknowledged Realism of Modern Philosophy, 2016. And recently he co-edited a collection of texts, New Realism and Contemporary Philosophy, 2020. Okay, let's move to the papers themselves. Jure, you'll go first. The title of the paper is Hegel and the Opaque Core of History. The floor is yours.
Okay. Is it working? Okay. First let me begin by saying that I haven't been really occupied with studying Hegel in the last 10 years or more. So my reading will perhaps offer a more outside perspective on him, one taken not so much from above, but more from afar, maybe. And of course, the finesses of his system are not exactly present to my mind, so if there will be any questions in the end, you may find me not that, somewhat not very knowledgeable on the subject. But to return to Hegel himself, it seems that the subject of this conference, if I have understood it correctly, is a certain irreconcilable tension in Hegel's philosophy, an immanent uncertainty within its temporal dimension. It's a well-known fact that Hegel's entire philosophy is caught in a time loop in which the ending is both presupposed and already accomplished at the beginning, while the beginning must first be taken up and ventured so that this ending will have been produced at all. So there's a contradiction here at work. In Hegel, someone has always already gone all the way and achieved the goal, and simultaneously there is no goal except the one we create by setting off onto the path of achieving it. And this ambiguity of Hegelian temporality then in his later career probably comes to light most prominently in the infamous preface to the Elements of the Philosophy of Right, where the whole world is already considered to be brought to a final completed state, immersed in the dusk of the evening, while it still remains necessary to act in the here and now. In the same short text, Hegel uses the metaphor of Minerva beginning its flight with the onset of dusk, and he quotes Aesop's dictum hic rhodus hic salta, saltus in Hegel's version, or his own version, here is the rose, thence here, which might be interpreted, Hegel maybe used it in slightly different, with a slightly different meaning, but it might also be interpreted as an appeal to immediate action. And later Marx actually quoted these words precisely as a sort of a revolutionary cry. Here is the rose, dance here. So this contradictory temporality might even be a reflection of Hegel's own private biographical standpoint, his growing disappointment in politics. As Zdravko has put it once, if in 1818 Hegel was a philosopher of dawn, in 1820 he's a philosopher of dusk. So there's a transition from dawn to dusk that occurred in 2 years. In short, the aging Hegel may have started painting a picture of an old world, but the very essence of the Hegelian concept, its truth form, has always required the world to be ever new, in a way. Or in other words, Hegel was in the end tempted to claim that philosophy always comes too late, and yet a certain lesson of his philosophy teaches us that there is no right time to begin, that there can be no previous metaphysical guarantee of the ending, and that it is only possible to begin too early. Now, our intention today is to provide at least some insight into the reasons for this complexity within the Hegelian temporality, or to provide some answer to the question, how does the temporal dimension enter Hegel's system? Okay, let's begin by observing, that was the introduction. Now let's begin by observing that presumably every great philosophy tends to construct its own ultimate range of legitimation, so to speak. Its final horizon toward which its entire argumentative impetus gravitates. In Plato, this most solid ground at the end is a return to the direct noetic experience of ideas. In Spinoza, it's the intellectual love to God. In Fichte, it's the practical appropriation of the world, etc. And in Hegel, perhaps, that's of course a decision, a choice that we have made, but perhaps the most absolute playground of truth is given the metaphorical face of history, world history, Weltgeschichte, or indirectly of the world spirit being gradually externalized and embodied in the great succession of kingdoms proceeding from south to north, from east to west. In the encyclopedia, for instance, the concept of world history represents the transition from the objective to the absolute spirit. So the real contingent history is the very process through which the absolute spirit achieves knowledge of itself. And it is here that we perhaps get to know Hegel at his best and his worst at the same time. By including world history in all its geographical and ethnic particularity into his system as its integral, immanent part, Hegel was indeed capable of putting the abstract, theoretical, practical, and social concepts to the test of some purely accidental, unpredictable, finally even immoral force. On the other hand, he, in the end, apotheosized history into, as we all know, a manifestation of God's providence, a secretly purposeful and directed divine plan, or at least into an organic development from a nucleus in which the whole is already contained at the beginning. So in a way, there are two usages of the concept of history in Hegel, the disruptive and the conciliatory, the anti-metaphysical and the metaphysical. And of course, today we will advocate the first, the contingent and destructive notion of history, instead of the teleological and substantialized one. However, we will not do this for the purpose of investing Hegel's system with some postmodern openness, but quite the contrary. Our thesis is that the inclusion of the historical dimension into the system of thought performs a definite logical function. It reveals what we believe to be the most productive impulse of Hegelian speculative edifice, namely what we call the opaque core of sociality. With this opacity that we would like to try to discern at the core of sociality, we place ourselves in opposition to the currently popular readings of Hegel, those of mostly Anglophone American philosophers, such as Brandon, Pinkard, even Pippin when it comes to practical philosophy, who all of them understand Hegel's social thought in terms of discursive practices and mutual recognition between rational agents. In their view, it is this sociality of reason, as the subtitle of Pinkard's book goes, that represents the ultimate scope in which the world will finally reach its fullest, most accomplished, most authentic transparency with itself. It seems that in this sphere of intersubjectively established institutional facts, everything else rises to its final, most manifest surface. However, by hinging everything on the process of society's gaining rational self-consciousness, we arguably reduce history to a very weak external role. History is now, as I see it, a mere passive medium, a quantity of time passed for societies to progress toward this ever greater rational transparency. And this, in a way, seems like a case of having a cake and eating it too. It looks as if one has smuggled in Kant's idea of perpetual peace into Hegel's history of warring realms. By contrast, we will argue that first, that the scope and aspiration of Hegel's social philosophy is not to offer a normative account on how societies should become by way of mutual recognition between individuals. Instead, we will demonstrate that the concepts of sociality, such as, for instance, legal notions of property, contract, punishment, moral notions of good and evil, and social notions of family, civil society, and state, can lay claim to forming a system of a certain inner logical consistency. And second, we will argue that sociality is not a setting or a place of the world's ultimate transparency with itself, but rather, quite the contrary, the site of its greatest opacity. As we will demonstrate, try to demonstrate, it is this opening of the opaque core of the social that poses as the very condition for the categories of the social sphere to be subjected to logical systematization. And third, we will maintain that only the negative, destructive force of history, its right to intervene in the workings of a particular society and dissolve all its institutions, can, in a way, establish and sustain this opaque core of sociality. Now, the question is, of course, what do we mean by this opaque core of sociality? What is this social opacity? To answer that, let us return to the philosopher who first designed the space of this fundamental opacity within the subject. This was, of course, Kant, whose theoretical subject, from Critique of Pure Reason, is an entity not aware of itself directly, but only secondarily by means of its own particular experience. Kant's transcendental subjectivity was conceived first and foremost in opposition to the Cartesian ego as some sort of pure immediate self-evidence. And this, with Kant, the subject is no longer transparent to itself at first, primarily. You know, he can now only define the conditions of possibility of his contingent particular experience. And this notorious Kantian decentrament of the I, this famous I think must be able to accompany all of my representations, in our view fulfills a very specific function, namely the shift away from full self-transparency unfolds a logical space in the first place in which the categorization, classification, and to an extent logification of the concepts of understanding could be performed. So Kant not only transferred the root of theoretical concepts such as substance, causality, qualities, quantities, relations from the outside world of empiricism to the spontaneous subject of German idealism, but also he added to this operation another twist which is just as crucial. the concepts that once referred to ontological entities in the given world, in the sense of Lockean primary qualities, now only have meaning by way of forming a sort of total and exhaustive system of concepts. That is, by constituting the famous table of 12 categories. For instance, instead of aspiring to catch the notions of cause and effect in the act, so to speak, in the clash of two billiard balls, as Hume still presumed to do, Kant implied that those two pure concepts, cause and effect, can only organize our knowledge if they form a web of logical relations to other pure concepts. That means if they are defined in relation to each other, or if they assume a certain place in that table of categories. And precisely this logification of concepts is the genuine function of the subject's original decentrament, his not knowing himself before being plunged into the process of knowledge, empirical knowledge, experience. This opacity within Kant's theoretical subject is not an expression of some psychological or existential nature of the ego. On the contrary, the subject itself is merely the logical effect of the world creating this blind spot in its center. Namely, after the primary pure concepts of theoretical reason have lost their metaphysical foundation in empiricism, they needed a new legitimation, a new ground, so to say. And Kant's revolutionary insight was that it is only possible to rehabilitate and, in a way, re-justify them within the sphere of subject's spontaneity. And this sphere, this spontaneity, is now from inside structured by the transcendental logic. It's not just some pure force, but it has an inner logical structure. So to put it bluntly, you cannot shift the foundation of the meaning of words, concepts, from the outside world into the inside of the subject without concurrently perform a certain logical structuring of their content. Or still in other words, the concepts are saved by undergoing categorical idealization. This is a move that Kant, in a way, performed with his transcendental philosophy. In short, the subject's opacity, in our view, is the name of this gap between a concept forfeiting its claim to refer to something real, something in the outside world, and its being redefined logically. Okay, to continue, thank you. Kant derived the determinacy of all concepts of understanding from the primordial activity of the subject, from his spontaneity, and this is probably, arguably, the true birth of German idealism. And of course, with spontaneity, with this primary energy of the subject, the original impetus of the theoretical sphere has already assumed some practical connotation. And it was then Fichte who then carried out this shift in full. Now, due to lack of time, we will more or less pass over Fichte and only say that the central tenet of his science of knowledge, Wissenschaftslehre, was to undertake the practical underpinning of the entire theoretical conceptuality. To mention this only briefly, Kant's 12 categories are in Fichte reduced to only 3, all based on the practical process of the I, overcoming the resistance of the not I. Those are those 3 categories, I believe, negation, reality, and quantity. Be that as it may, the crucial point is this. Fichte's move consists in extending the Kantian invention of the opacity of or within the theoretical subject to the practical sphere. It is now the Fichtean practical I who assumes the logical function of non-transparence, of some original non-transparence to itself. Fichte's I is the one who does not know who she is before her entanglement with the not I. That is, she's a subject who does not know who she is before acting in concrete situations of the world. And only by acting, she reflectively gains some self-evidence of herself. Or as Fichte notes in Sittenlehre, the I is originally a tendency. It's not a knowledge of itself, it's a himself, herself, but a tendency. However, Fichte, in his later years, also performed another necessary shift. He not only placed the entire theoretical sphere on a practical ground, but later opened a third domain of justification. He, as it is sometimes said, invented the transcendental dimension of intersubjectivity, namely the logical necessity of other subjects in the constitution of the I. In this sense, some interpret his early Anstoß, the external impulse of the I's identity, as the later Aufforderung, the intersubjective demand or instigation from other subjects. But why? The question is, why the opening of the logical space of intersubjectivity, hence sociality, becomes necessary? Now, it seems that Fichte's wager consisted in the insight that the purely self-standing, self-supporting practical concepts of desires, interests, goals would implode on their own, and only a larger realm of social relations can, in a way, endow them with any determinate content. To put it simply, society is the only realm of justification which can determine what we practically desire. And this was something that Fichte has already sensed, hinted at, and this is what was then picked up and fully elaborated by Hegel. Now, and this is our transition to Hegel. While Fichte never really developed a full theory of intersubjectivity, it was Hegel of whom it can probably be said that he finally provided the famously lacking Kantian fourth critique. His Elements of the Philosophy of Right could well be regarded as the long-time missing critique of social reason. And what in Fichte remained only implicit becomes explicit in Hegel. The elements are devised as an accomplished and comprehensive attempt at logification of practical and social conceptuality, perhaps the greatest in history of thought. But the question again arises, what is this logification? Whence the need to interweave concepts logically, dialectically in the first place? As we will see, this logification possesses a complex inner structure and only emerges in very specific circumstances. And it is the very space outlined by the opacity of the subject. Now, the crucial feature of legitimizing the conceptuality in a new, logically coherent domain is that it does not occur in some abstract, otherworldly, detached sphere of pure thought, but arises in a way between two focal points, so to say. On the one hand, and this is absolutely essential, the subject does not know herself before getting her hands dirty with the concreteness of reality, the contingencies of her own situation. As we recall, Kant's subject of knowledge can no longer withdraw to the Cartesian spiritual soul of innate ideas, but must always already engage in concrete empirical experience. Likewise, Fichte's I must always already act in order to be. On the other hand, in being immersed in his own particular environment, this self-opaque subject realizes that his redefinition of concepts relies on assuming a new, broader perspective. As Fichte showed, the knowledge of the theoretical subject is predetermined by his practical interests, and the actions of the practical subject are always already predetermined by his social position. And precisely this twofold dependency, like contingency on one hand, opening of a new logical space on the other, which was still only half-baked and dormant in Kant and Fichte, was then brought to completion by Hegel. For what is the phenomenology of spirit if not a full explication of the insight that first there can be no pure. Should we wait 5 minutes or? No, if you hear me, that's all right with me. So, okay. What is the phenomenology of spirit if not a full explication of the insight that first there can be no pure theoretical knowledge outside the practical prerogatives? This insight marks the transition from understanding to desire, Begierde, and then life, the concept of life. Second, there can be no determinate practical interests outside the relations to other subjects. This would be the famous transition from consciousness to self-consciousness, and then struggle for recognition, and so on. Master and slave dialectics. And finally, third, Hegel more or less diffusedly and indirectly, but nevertheless still opens still another logical space, the fourth, namely the logical space of history, in a way hinting at that there are no social forms except the ones evolving in the progression of history. So in the phenomenology, in self-consciousness, historical motives begin to pervade the progression of concepts, culminating perhaps in the chapter, The Absolute Freedom and the Terror of the Section of Spirit, where the most brutal and abrupt disintegration of social forms is rendered. Now, this is, of course, a gross oversimplification, but we only try to capture some tendency or some progression of four logical spaces in this chart that I will now project, like that. Okay. In this table, in order to demonstrate at least a certain tendency of how German idealism was, in a way, constructed step by step. Here, in a way, the phylogeny of German classical philosophy in three stages is somehow presented as recapitulated in the ontogeny of Hegel's phenomenology. So the central position, those are the ovals, is occupied by the opacity of the respective area. On top of every oval is an element of a certain unreflected exteriority which sustains this opacity from the outside. On the left, the definitions of Kant, Fichte, and Hegel of the subjectivity, of the new decentered subjectivity is written out, and on the right, the Archimedean point of logification is fixated. Of course, we could complicate this table further, but I decided for a more clear version. In sum, what Hegel did was he shifted the opaque core of subjectivity to yet another realm, to sociality. Now, what is opaque in terms of sociality in Hegel is, on the one hand, the fact that the subject's identity depends entirely on being recognized intersubjectively, and on the other hand, that the world spirit itself only realizes and gets to know itself in as much as it is exposed to the contingent mediations of world history. So this is the new logical spaces, world history, which in a way, as an Archimedean point from outside, sustains this indeterminacy within the social sphere. Okay, now of course the question is, what is the reason behind all these shifts of the center of gravity from the theoretical to the practical to the social to the historical? What is gained by assuming ever new domains and perspectives? And the answer lies in the fact that after both rationalism, the answer probably lies in the fact that after both rationalism and empiricism have reached a certain limit, a dead end, and the traditional forms of knowledge have proved inadequate, philosophy has suddenly experienced a loss of two principal instances of legitimizing the semantic determinacy of concepts. First, any retreat to a spiritual, transcendent, even divine mind where pure concepts could still be deduced from one another has become impossible. And second, the conceptual structure could no longer be perceived as directly embodied in the outside world and could thus not be induced from empirical data. After, I don't know, Berkeley and Hume, there are no substances around us anymore, no primary qualities. So German idealism as a whole is probably an answer to this very crisis of conceptuality taking place, sorry, I forgot one sentence. In short, with the end of classical metaphysics, we can no longer rely on two methods of defining concepts, the deductive, the rationalist one, and the inductive, the early empiricist one. And German idealism, which comes after rationalism and empiricism as a whole, is an answer to this very crisis of conceptuality taking place in the second half of the 18th century, a crisis which philosophically ensues most immediately from Hume's rebuttal of epistemological substances and forms, but perhaps also echoes some more external social dynamics, namely the historical upheavals of the time which threatened to absolve the hierarchical structure of society, let's say the French Revolution. And because of this double loss, the loss of both reality manifesting conceptual order and of God standing behind it, a completely new and different methodology must have been invented. In this gap of conceptual justification, Kant proposed his transcendental logic of conditions of possibility, and Hegel went even further with his dialectical, processual, finally even encyclopedic development of concepts. In a way, it could be said that Hegel brought the original methodological impetus of German idealism to its fullest fruition. Because what distinguishes his method is that it shows how the concepts always lack reality, but it is in this very lack that the reason of their logical idealization lies. So this crisis induced by the empiricism, in a way, was incorporated in Hegel's thinking, but then solved in a way that it is precisely because the concepts can no longer find any substances to which they refer in the outside world. This is where their true inner power lies. This is where, because this is the reason why we have to start putting them together into a system of a certain logical consistency. That's the idea. So Hegel's point is that conceptuality should neither mirror the world nor project upon it, but must be developed in the process of setting itself apart from the given things and overcoming them. And this exactly is what we call logification. This logic of concepts, developed by Hegel in each of his systemic works, is something we are forced to after recognizing that reality, the given world, can no longer manifest their semantic substance. So in a way, this development of a logical structure is always a reaction to a certain conceptual crisis. In short, the driving force of Hegel's philosophy is always to stage this twist between the devaluation of immediate reality and the reactive idealization of concepts, which now enter into a system of logical relations to other concepts. It is on this basis that we can define the true function of the four spheres of theory, practice, society, and history. The essential point here is that the link between them is strictly negative and disruptive. Now, of course, to predetermine the theoretical sphere with the practical with the social, and the social with the historical sounds like a rather commonplace anthropological thesis. Of course, our theoretical notions are a product of our practical involvement with the world. Our practical interests and desires are socially constituted and acquired, and all the social forms were formed in the historical process. But what Hegel is after is precisely not this kind of anthropologism, but a very veritable philosophical move. Because where anthropology sees a certain positive continuity of mediation between the levels, Hegel hinges his method solely on the negativity of transitions. In the phenomenology, for instance, the practical perspective, the Begierde, the life upon the world, is only assumed by the subject so as to annihilate the theoretical autonomy of the object. As we recall, the consciousness sets foot into the empty inside of the thing, thus becoming an all-devouring desire which consumes everything coming its way. Similarly, intersubjectivity, two self-consciousnesses, is introduced in order to bring our practical identity to the collapse. As the struggle for recognition shows, in which the winner is the one who dares to risk his own life, that is, his death. And history, specifically in his account of French Revolution, is used as a force to dissolve all social forms and identities. In this reading, the function of Hegelian history is not to discern some hidden purpose behind the chaotic contingency of the world, or some nevertheless growing rationality or something like that. Rather, history performs a logical systemic function of undercutting the self-complacency of sociality being incarnated once and for all in this or that community, or at least approximated to some sort of rational ideal of discursive communication or consensus or anything like that. So Hegel's point is not that the particular social formations, states, nations must justify themselves in front of some detached overarching tribunal of world history, which perhaps serves to secure the eternal peace at the end. Quite the opposite. The contingency of history merely exhibits that no such tribunal can ever take form. And precisely for this reason, on account of the lack of any guaranteed superstructure of rationality, the concepts of sociality must start forming a logical system. In a way, they must be logically redefined in order to persist, to have any grip, any influence upon the world. In a nutshell, the function of introducing the new, larger logical space is to subvert the smaller, encapsulated one. That is to say, to produce the crisis of its conceptuality and manifest its empty core. The practical perspective serves to reveal the hollow kernel of theoretical things. Sociality discloses the indeterminacy within our practical self, and history demonstrates the contingent transience of all social institutions. And from these circumstances, the logical structure of subjectivity can be derived in 3 points. First, the subject arises as an answer to the crisis of conceptuality. He assumes the very place at which the traditional concepts have lost their metaphysical warranties, finally their representatives in reality. So, for instance, Kant's transcendental philosophy is a reaction to the empiricist dissolution of all forms of knowledge, and also indirectly, Fichte's and Hegel's philosophy is a reaction to the transition from a feudalist to a bourgeois society, etc. Second, the subject is the placeholder of this semantic opacity, so to speak. He's not opaque to himself due to some intimate psychological essence, but because he's a mere consequence of the world developing a non-transparent core, a certain mismatch between the symbolic and the real. And third, the function of the subject is to carry out this transition from the previous state in which the concepts still aspired to a certain full embodiment within reality to the new state in which they are placed within a logical web of other concepts. In short, the subject is a transient form between the no longer representable meanings of words and their logical redefinition. And this finally is where the difference between our reading of Hegel and the Hegel of recognition, the reading by these recognitional theorists, comes out most strikingly. The proponents of the recognitional Hegel not only advocate a positive inclusion of one sphere into the other, but they always seem to set up a normative frame embracing and hovering above them, a frame of collectively negotiated conceptuality. For instance, they insist upon the fact that the meaning of social concepts, those pertaining to the areas of family life, public space, national state, even international law, depend on what we reflectively as a rational community take them to mean by way of rational deliberation. That is, the concepts depend on what there is rational consensus about, or what we mutually recognize as their proper meaning. And history is thereby reduced to an ideal frame of the self-assertion of reason, which manifests itself in the ever more rational forms of sociality, even if this final state is not the one of static finality, as Pippin says, but it's nevertheless, in a way, a picture of approximating to a certain ideal goal. But this perhaps goes, all of this perhaps goes against the grain of Hegel's ambition, which consists less in setting up a normative frame to which the real contingent world must approximate, and more in identifying those failings in reality which reactively produce the necessity of idealization. So in Hegel there is no detached, pure, neutral sphere of discursive rationality. This idea is anything Kantian. In Hegel, one cannot get the meaning of concepts for free. One is merely compelled to get one's hands dirty on one hand and necessitated to carry out the logification of concepts on the other. And this logical completion of the concept does not arise in a dialogue in a public space in the agora, but in the Anstrengung des Begriffs, in the effort of the concept, which is logical instead of dialogical and takes place beyond the yoke of communication and consensus. So it can perhaps be a very private effort. So let us now place this idea or our own reading of Hegel against a metaphorical background. It could be argued that the most genuine setting for Hegel's philosophy might not be the existing state form, the Prussian Empire, where the world history finally comes to its end, but rather the circumstances of a decade and a half before, when Europe was falling prey to the ravages of Napoleonic wars, which pushed the entire domain of sociality into the state of disarray, even total abolishment, dissolution. As the anecdote goes, Hegel was still revising his phenomenology at the time Jena was besieged by Napoleon's army. He even saw Napoleon riding on the streets and named him Die Weltseele zu Pferde, the world soul on a horse. But then the situation in Jena had become so perilous that he entrusted the only copy of phenomenology to the last envoy who possessed a horse, der letzte berittene Bote, as it is called in German, and to the envoy that could still flee from the town. And shortly after, the French soldiers actually plundered Hegel's apartment. In short, it seems that in 1806, the phenomenology, as the great attempt at passing through all forms of knowledge, had to be hidden from the world spirit itself, which was then concentrated into Napoleon as one single force of destruction. Of course, 14 years later, in 1820, Hegel himself did the very mistake of which we want to absolve him. He famously proclaimed the full embodiment of the idea, of the absolute idea, the idea, in the Protestant Christianity and the Prussian state. But by the nature of his very logic, he never needed this apotheosis of immediate reality. For his endeavor of conceptual logification does precisely not gain momentum from the concepts being incarnated, but on the contrary, by them losing foothold in reality. Thus, the true success of Hegelianism might not lie in the world finally corresponding to its conceptual edifice, but rather in the fact that in the midst of Europe being at the brink of a complete social collapse with Napoleon, it is still possible for someone in his private chambers to give birth to a system of idealism. This is probably where the more genuine Hegel lies. Okay. Thus, to bring this lecture to an end, the question arises why Hegel nonetheless did succumb to the temptation of apotheosizing the world as it was in the early 19th century, of equating world history with theodicy, God's plan, and even proclaiming its end. Now, the answer is probably not that difficult to find. As we have seen, the origins of subjectivity lie in the opaque core extending between the contingencies of reality and the compulsion to idealize concepts. But in order to fully circumscribe this opacity, the subject must, so to speak, grab hold of an outside leverage point which in its fixity possesses a certain transparency. That would be the Spontaneity in Kant, the Aufforderung in Fichte, or the world history in Hegel. In this sense, early Fichte underpinned the theoretical sphere with a practical impetus, but then he, perhaps necessarily so, in a way substantialized this practical claim. He made it too metaphysical in a way. If we recall, the ultimate scope of his philosophy was the program of an aspired incorporation of the world, the Verichlichung of the not-I. And late Fichte, who shifted the center from the practical to the social sphere, willy-nilly substantialized this social claim. So in the end, in Sittenlehre, the world's most transparent state is the one of being subdued by the collective effort of humanity. According to this matrix, Hegel also needed a leverage point firm enough to unsettle the realm of sociality, but then he inevitably elevated this leverage point, which was world history, this force of liquidation of all social forms into a substance of a sort, namely a state of full reconciliation, even endowed with divine predicates. So it is in history that, regrettably, Hegel's world achieves its final transparency with itself, at least in some parts of Hegel's system, late Hegel. However, this excessive deification of history is perhaps, this is a way to justify or apologize Hegel, no? This deification of history, elevation of history into God's plane is perhaps only a necessary systemic illusion, a mere means to disclose the opaque core of sociality. It is an illusion, but a systemically necessary one. This would be one way to absolve him. However, our final diagnosis of Hegel is that what his system unavoidably, if regrettably, obscures and conceals is precisely this opaque core of history. And it is this diagnosis which perhaps opens the door to the future, and one way to bring the post-Hegelian philosophy under the common denominator is to interpret it as a series of attempts to discern precisely this non-transparent historical core. And who else but Karl Marx provided the most beautiful example for this thesis? As we all know, the innermost kernel knot of his thought is precisely the identification of an invisible subject of future historical change, namely the proletariat. So he quite literally defines the proletariat as the product of the world developing a blind spot, and he hinges the future of the entire world on this subjectivity lurking in this social invisibility, or even historical invisibility. So it is in this opacity at the center of socio-economic relations that lies the mandate of the working class to be a subject of change, to be a true historical subject. So now perhaps our previous table can be enriched with a fourth Marxist stage, the one which introduces this final element of the opacity within history. I'm not sure that things add up as beautifully with Marx as they did with Fichte and Hegel, but this is my version of it. That would be, the proletariat would have the function of this outside factor of which represents the opaque core of history, world history. On the left, we have the definition, Marx's definition of labor as, a new way of decentering subject according to its natural, according to its primary nature, and the logical space that he opened as the new Archimedean point, who will, in a way, unsettle history in its whole, would be the communist revolution. But I'm not entirely happy with this part, with this last part. This is just a suggestion. Okay, and if we go further, another example of a philosopher discerning an opaque core of history could be Nietzsche with his concept of the master race, the still unborn, much awaited Overman. Overman is the subject who is not there. We only wait for him to be born. And then perhaps Heidegger with his philosophy of Ereignis, the fateful eventfulness of being. Be that as it may, this is not our subject today. Since the topic of this conference, and I'm about to finish, since the topic of this conference is the irreconcilable trepidation of time in Hegel, it must be pointed out that Hegel himself once had a talent for the complexities of the temporal space and only later sacrificed them for a more substantial plan of world history. So in our view, the Hegel to whom we must return is the one still capable of keeping open this opaque core of history, of keeping it open. And logically speaking, this is a lesson that I would like to say out loud. For this opacity, historical opacity, to be sustained, one must only insist on the unfillable gap extending between the ontological devaluation of immediate reality and its reactive logical idealization. Okay, that's it for today.
Thank you, Jure. As always, the questions come at the end. First, we will listen to second paper. Its title is Nature's Externality, Hegel's Antinaturalistic Naturalism. Okay. You're set? Okay. Professor Luca Illetterati, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for the wonderful organization and for the extraordinary kindness. And I hope that this occasion is an occasion to make stronger the relationship between Padova and Ljubljana, stronger than already it is, thanks to Zdravko Kobe. Okay, in my contribution, I intend to dwell on the Hegelian idea that nature is the idea in the form of its externality. What I'm going to outline by addressing the Hegelian position is what I will call an anti-naturalist naturalism. To show the peculiarity of the Hegelian position, however, I would first like to propose a sort of prologue on the modern concept of nature and the criticism it is subjected to today. In order to introduce such a theme as complex as the modern concept of nature, I'm going to start with some considerations about the notion of landscape. Alexanderschlacht, the Battle of Alexander, is the title of a very famous painting by Albrecht von Altdorfer from 1529. In it, Altdorfer paints with such wealth of details to leave you breathless a battle that had a decisive importance in universal history. The Battle of Isso in 333 before Christ, when Alexander the Great's troops defeated the Persians, led by Darius III, in southern Anatolia. The commentary of this painting occupies the first pages of the essay Vergangene Zukunft der frühen Zeitlichkeit by Rainer Koselleck, an essay which opens the famous collection by Koselleck entitled Vergangene Zukunft. What interests Koselleck about this extraordinary painting is an anachronism. No? Okay. Is an anachronism. I quote Koselleck, "Viewing the painting in the Pinakothek, we think we see before us the last knights of Maximilian or the serf army at the Battle of Pavia. From their feet to their turbans, most of the Persians resembled the Turks, who in the same year the picture was painted unsuccessfully laid siege to Vienna. In other words, the event that Altdorfer captured was for him at once historical and contemporary." What is impressive about Altdorfer's painting, according to Koselleck, is that in it, I quote, "the present and the past were enclosed within a common historical plane." According to Koselleck, Altdorfer does not eliminate the temporal difference arbitrarily. To Koselleck, Altdorfer operates outside that temporalization of history which characterizes the following centuries and that marks the birth of the historical consciousness typical of the modern age. In this sense, Altdorfer belongs to a dimension that we can call pre-modern, a dimension that still lived in the eschatological weight of the end of the time. In fact, according to Koselleck, what marks the passage from the pre-modern vision of time and to the modern one is precisely a different vision of the future. The reference to Altdorfer is interesting because, on the other hand, he is also remembered as the initiator of a painting tradition that is all modern, namely landscape painting. His landscape with a bridge from 1518 is known as the first painting on canvas with the landscape as an independent subject. It is no coincidence that Friedrich Schlegel, admiring the Battle of Alexander, the first one of the pictures, admiring the Battle of Alexander in 83 in Paris, where Napoleon had brought the painting, asked himself, I quote, "Should I call it a landscape or a historical painting or a battle piece?" It is clear that Schlegel's question makes sense only because Altdorfer is known as the initiator of landscape painting. Moreover, the very terms that indicates the landscape in Neo-Latin languages, paesaggio in Italian, paysage in French, are neologisms that were born between the 15th and the 16th centuries to indicate not the real landscape, but its pictorial representation, and will become a common word only during the 18th century. The terms derived from land, landscape or Landschaft, were terms that existed before but simply meant a part of territory. They began to mean something similar to paesaggio and to paysage only at the beginning of the 16th century in relation to the progressive emergence of landscape painting. As a typical modern subject, landscape is then the invention of a society in which the city and therefore business and then industry and money were progressively becoming the center of life. Hegel himself, in his Aesthetics, connects landscape painting to modernity, to the modern bourgeoisie, and in particular to what he calls a typically German trend of mind, which embodies the values of the Protestant bourgeoisie. I quote Hegel. It is this loyal, comfortable, homely bourgeois type. This remains in-house and surroundings simple, attractive, and neat in a self-respect without pride, in a piety without the mere enthusiasm of a devotee, but instead concretely pious in mundane affairs and unassuming and content in its wealth. This is the bourgeoisie of that thinks the landscape. If on the one hand the landscape is an invention of a society in which the city, business, industry tend to become the center of life, it also reflected a new perspective on nature. Namely, it was connected to the objectification that was produced by scientific revolution. As Heidegger noted in The Age of the Word Picture, this attitude was in its turn rooted to the idea that the human subject's representation could express and exhaust the totality of the entity that is its reference. In modernity, according to Heidegger, the entity is an entity only because it is placed by the human being who is picturing it vorstellt. The rise of the very idea of the picture of the world is connected, according to Heidegger, to the fact that the being of the entity is identified with the being represented of the entity. The age of the world picture, or modernity, is for Heidegger the age in which the world becomes a picture for a subject who represents it. It is above all Georg Simmel who explicitly connects the notion of landscape with the typical modern experience of the outside world. Landscape painting, which as an art depends upon distance from the object and upon a break in our natural unity with it, hence only developed in modern times, as has the romantic sense of nature, that feeling of nature said in parentheses from which Hegel wants to keep away, as already testifies the travel diary on the Bernese Alps. They are the result of that increasing distancing from nature and that particularly abstract existence that urban life, based on the money economy, has forced upon us. The experience of landscape presupposes, in this sense, the laceration of the relationship between the human and nature. It presupposes, in a certain sense, the experience of the extraneousness of nature. It's being considered as external with respect to a subject who stands in front of it as the pivotal point of its objectification. Landscape is in some way an attempt to reconcile a subject that places itself outside of nature and the nature that is placed as the other with respect to the subject. The point to which I would like to draw attention has to do precisely with the idea of nature as externality, which is therefore connected to the idea of a fracture between subject and word, and the idea that the word is the other and the outside of the subject. Much of contemporary literature that focuses on the need for a conceptual transformation in relation to ecological issues and climate change move, in fact, in the direction of a radical criticism of a conception of nature as externality, that is, as what is placed as the beyond the subject, the object that is in front of a subject. Indeed, it is not uncommon that in the attempt to free oneself from this peculiar conception of nature, the need to free oneself from the very notion of nature, and then identified in its entirety with its modern configuration is proposed. This is, as is well known, the thesis of Caroline Marchand, who in 1980 published a book that marked decisively the debate on the concept of nature, significantly entitled The Death of Nature. In it, the ecofeminist scholar argued that modernity, and in particular the Enlightenment culture, is at the origin of that atomization and objectification of nature that progressively transforms it into an inert world governed by pure mechanical relationships at the total disposal of the human being. In that book, Marchand presented a view of the scientific revolution that challenged the hegemony of mechanistic science as a marker of progress. It argued that 17th century science could be implicated in the ecological crisis, the domination of nature, and the devaluation of women in the production of scientific knowledge. From the death of nature should arise what Donna Haraway called in her Staying with the Troubles, Terrapolis. Terrapolis, writes Haraway, is for companion species, kumpanis, with bread, at table together, not post-human but compost, finished once and for all with Kantian globalizing cosmopolitics and grumpy human exceptionalist Heideggerian wording. Terrapolis is a mongrel word composed with the mycorrhiza of Greek and Latin rootlets and their symbionts. Terrapolis is rich in word. This is written against Heidegger, who says that the environment of animal is poor in word. Inoculated against posthumanism, but rich in compost, inoculated against human exceptionalism, but rich in humus, for multispaces storytelling. This Terrapolis is not the home word for the human as homo, that ever parabolic, re-entombing falling self-image of the same. Okay, the need to leave nature behind. To Leave Nature Behind is the title of an article of Robert Pippin on Hegel and McDowell. This is interesting. The need to leave nature behind, understood as an external and inert entity, and the attempt to think in its place something else from it, is also at the center of Bruno Latour's latest works. In Facing Gaia, Latour argues that ecology clearly is not the eruption of nature into the public space, but the end of nature as a concept that would allow us to sum up our relation to the world. According to Latour, it is necessary to move from nature, that is a space colonized by the natural sciences and the naturalism, that claims to reduce everything to this nature, to the world, from nature to the world, which is something else and more than nature, which is a space open to different instances and different discursive orders, never reducible to a single order. The ancient role of nature must be radically redefined, according to Latour. For Latour is one cosmological figure among many, and above all, it is only half of a symmetrical definition of culture, subjectivity, and humanity that has assumed somehow religious connotation, becoming the god of the secularized religion of the modern. The traditional nature is characterized, according to Latour, by a series of properties. It is external, unified and inanimate. Its decrees are indisputable, its people is universal, and the epoch in which it is situated is of all time. It is exactly these properties that, according to Latour, must be questioned in the era of climate change. In particular, it is the idea of an external nature that Latour wants to question, that is, of a nature that is out there, that is indifferent, and that in its indifference is opposed to everything that is historical, social, cultural, human. Gaia, a term that Latour obviously takes from Lovelock, and which takes as an alternative to the notion of nature, is not external, because it is not indifferent. Contrary to the old nature, Gaia does not play either the role of inert object that could be appropriated or the role of higher arbiter on which in the end one could rely. It was the old nature that could serve as a general framework for our actions, even as she remained indifferent to our fate. It was Mother Nature who served as nursemaid to humans capable of neglecting her as a mere inert and mute object, even as they celebrated in her the ultima ratio. Gaia is no longer indifferent to our actions. Unlike the humans in natures, the earthbound know that they are contending with Gaia. They can neither treat it as an inert and mute object nor as a supreme judge and final arbiter. Even an author who places himself within the horizon of so-called object-oriented ontology, such as Timothy Morton, has argued in his text on ecological thinking the need to get rid of the concept of nature that so pervasively marks modernity. The modern conception of nature that Morton believes we need to get rid of, and here emerges the importance of the reference to Altdorfer from which we started, has to do with picturesque. In the picturesque, I quote, nature is designed to look like a picture, like it's already been interpreted and packaged by a human. The picturesque is keyed to a fundamental human-centered way of looking at things. It is anthropocentric. For Morton, thinking in an ecological ways means emancipating oneself from this idea of nature, that is from an idea of nature that is necessarily flattening and reifying. Morton's proposal, which he calls dark ecology, is precisely that of an ecology without nature. An ecology that has put behind it the external nature, that finds its condition of possibility in subject, that places it in front of it as already interpreted. Now, if the fundamental character of the traditional notion of nature, of this modern notion of nature, that we have to get rid of is the externality, it seems that Hegel's concept of nature can act as an ideal target for the kind of criticism of modernity that I just reconstructed. According to Hegel, in fact, as is known, nature is essentially externality. Nature has yielded itself as the idea in the form of otherness. Since the idea is therefore the negative of itself or external to itself, nature is not merely external relative to this idea and to the subjective existence of the same spirit, but is embodied as nature, is the determination of externality. Äußerlichkeit is the word that expresses and defines in Hegel's conceptual vocabulary nature's way of being. What I intend to show now is what it means for Hegel to say that nature is essentially externality. Externality is therefore what marks the specific difference of nature. In Hegelian conceptuality, to say that nature is in its essence externality means first of all to recognize that nature is the dimension in which entities are one outside the other, one external to the other, and in many ways independent of each other. In this sense, nature is the realm of dispersion. In nature, things are always singularities. There is no natural object that is universal. The stone, the flower, the river that we encounter in nature are always a certain stone, a flower in its singularity, that particular river. It is therefore clear that to say that nature is external means to say that the natural entity of whatever type it is, in its real and concrete being, is never immediately coincident with the conceptual structure that also makes it intelligible. To understand in what sense to speak of exteriority, externality, means to speak of structures that implies the separation between one's own being and one's own concept, and in what sense nature as externality is this division and this divarication between thing and concept. It is necessary to think about what the idea is for Hegel. The idea, as it is known, is not in Hegel nor a model that is outside the world and to which the world, or in general things and thoughts, should somehow tend, nor something purely subjective, something that simply lives and arises from the minds of the thinkers. The idea is for Hegel the absolute unity of the concept and objectivity. And therefore, to decline this absolute unity into other expressions that Hegel himself uses, the idea is the subject-object, the unity of the ideal and the real, of the finite and the infinite, of the soul and the body. To say that nature is the idea in the form of externality means that the being of nature is the breaking of that unity which is the idea. The tearing off that bond and of that interpenetration of what appears to the intellect as opposite and separate, and which instead the idea embodies. This is why nature presents itself for Hegel as what is most difficult to understand, as a sort of enigma. He says in his lectures, because it is something that is both open and closed with respect to its intelligibility, which is both logical and non-logical, rational and non-rational. Nature, this is the point, is not merely external with respect to a mind that considers it. Nature is external with respect to its own logical structure. And indeed, this being the externality of the idea is, so to say, the specific logical structure of nature. It is on this that the originality and at the same time the difficulty of the Hegelian conception of nature are put at stakes. Thinking nature means for Hegel to trace the idea within a reality that is the shattering of the idea. But this shattering is in turn a way of being of the idea, a specific form of the idea. The shattering of the idea is a specific form of the idea. This is what makes Hegel's externality a very special externality that cannot be assimilated to the different forms of externality that have characterized the modernity and that are so disturbing to contemporary ecological literature. Defining nature as an idea in the form of externality means thinking that nature is not at all extraneous to the idea, to the logos, to the subject-object, but at the same time, it is never completely reducible to the idea, to the logos, to the subject-object. Nature is idea, it is logos, it is subject-object, but it is so in the form of laceration, in the form of singularization, of fragmentation, that is in the form of the negation of what makes the idea what it is. So, for Hegel, nature is thought of only if we think of its untransparency, its opacity, its difference, and with it also its imprecision, its contingency. That is, it's never been completely reducible to a dimension of pure logic. Where, however, what must be emphasized is that the natural externality is not, as perhaps Schelling thought, the other from the idea, but rather the idea in the form of the being other, a form of exposition of the idea itself. The extraordinary ambiguity of Hegel's concept of nature finds therefore its ground in the fact that nature is at the same time a manifestation of the idea and a destruction and a fragmentation of it. This ambiguity makes nature, in Hegel's words, the unresolved contradiction. In fact, on the one hand, it is the word of the externality and of the singularized fragmentation with all the consequences that this implies. But on the other hand, even if only in its interiority and in a form that in any case follows from its specific externality, it is also the idea. The contingency, irregularity, and conceptual indeterminacy of the formations of nature are therefore not simply an apparent fact or reveal of Maya that the sciences are called upon to penetrate and that philosophy with its conceptual power can tear apart to bring out the hidden essence of nature. In the sphere of nature, contingency and determinability from without come into their own. This impotence of nature, where the determinations of the concept are contained only in an abstract way and therefore in such a form that its figures do not correspond to the conceptual structure, is an absolutely decisive element, so much so that, says explicitly Hegel, it sets limits to philosophy. Nature sets limits to philosophy. Philosophy, in fact, on the one hand, has the task of finding the traces of conceptual determination within nature. On the other hand, aware that in nature contingency has its right, it must also stop carefully in front of this contingency so as not to fall into the error of making of these traces something more than what they actually are. Recognizing nature as a way of being characterized primarily as externality, Hegel aims to make possible and justify a rational understanding of nature without assuming that nature is itself the transparent expression of this rationality, and without, however, thinking that rationality is simply an outer and subjective network with which nature is thus made rational. The rationality of nature is therefore retrievable only through a work that moves from the particular, that moves from the recognition of the fragmentation that constitutes the proprium of the natural. Thinking about the rationality of nature means being aware that rationality can be grasped only by exploring the detail, assuming it, recognizing it for what it is. In a certain way, this is precisely what justifies the importance and the necessity for the philosophy of nature of the empirical sciences of nature. The sciences of nature are in fact fundamental, according to Hegel, to understand the conceptual structures that runs through the natural world, because it is only from the results of the sciences, which are investigation of the particular, that philosophy can articulate in purely conceptual terms the rational structure of the world, of that world. And this necessity of the empirical sciences finds its justification precisely in the fragmentation and disintegration of the natural world. For Hegel, the natural sciences, far from being the simple recording of the way of being of nature, constitute the very work of finding the universal in the singular, of the law in the dispersion, on the basis of which only the philosophy of nature can then operate. The externality of which Hegel speaks is therefore not trivially, as some neo-ecological thinkers think, the externality of nature of which Hegel speaks is therefore not trivially the externality of an object that is in front of and outside of a subject that would instead be all inside itself. The externality that indelibly marks nature is an externality that involves, if anything, the subject itself. And not only because the structure of subjectivity finds its first articulated expression in Hegel just inside the natural exteriority, that is inside the treatment of the animal organism in the philosophy of nature, but because the externality that radically innervates nature runs through the whole of reality. Reality, in order to exist, is always externality. To exist, the real cannot but be external, cannot but expose itself, can never remain closed inside a purely logical noetic plan. Think, as an example, at the level of the spirit, to the structure of action. Action is really an action, according to Hegel, if and only if becomes other than the intention, than its noetic structure. Action, in order to be, must enter the word. That is, it must make itself other than the intention from which it arises. It must externalize itself. And entering the word, the action changes alongside with it. It takes its peculiar configuration, never completely replicable, its unique profile, its specific consistency, necessarily linked to condition, time, contingency. If it does not translate into the word, in fact, if it does not accept the challenge of it becoming a word itself, the action is nothing and becomes bogged down in nothing, assuming at most the density of a sleepy neuronal tremor. This is the tragic essence of action, that to be must accept to be something else than itself. And for Hegel, it is always good to remember, and Jure has remembered, the subject is nothing more than the series of its actions. That is, the subject is nothing more than its exteriorization. the translation of himself in the objective. That is the conviction that without this translation, without this loss of self, the subject is not. In this sense, if you take seriously the idea that the key aspect of nature is externality, being a reality always necessarily external, we can in a certain way say that reality is always and necessarily also nature. Of course, in the actuality of the spirit, the externality and therefore finitude, which constitutes the correlatum of externality, is somehow sublimated through the thought that knows itself, and that thinking externality removes it from its being merely external. But this never takes away externality. There is no actuality and there is no spirit without externality. Even at the level of absolute spirit, that is in the physicality of the work of art, in the cultic dimension of the religious symbol, or in the discursive articulation of philosophy, there is an ineliminable and necessary remnant of externality and therefore of naturalness. Externality is condition of possibility of the word. There would be no word if there were no externality. As we know, Hegel takes very seriously the prologue of John. At the beginning was Logos, and Logos was God. But Hegel knows that the Logos and then that Logos and that God are still nothing concrete until they accept the finiteness within themselves, until they become external. And so the word Logos became flesh and took a place among us. Nature is external, according to Hegel, not in the trivial sense that it is what it is in front of the human, that it is what lies beyond the human, that it can either be considered as a pure objectivity at the human subject's disposal that can be used and abused as the human pleases, or be considered as a word dominated by laws that are completely autonomous and independent from subjectivity. These two attitudes that Hegel calls practical attitude and theoretical attitude are the two attitudes that have dominated modernity and which, according to Hegel, although they appear to be apparently opposed to each other, are in fact the mirror of each other. Nature is external for Hegel because it is the flesh within which the Logos takes shape, because it is the first condition for having something like the word. This is what makes it possible to speak of Hegel's philosophy as a sort of naturalism. Not in the sense, of course, that the entire reality is reducible to the nature of the natural sciences, and that therefore the natural sciences are the only valid form of knowledge of reality and the world. Hegelian naturalism implies a sort of process of decolonization of nature, or if you want, a sort of denaturalization of nature. That is, a process of liberation of nature from its vision in terms of ontological space that comes to be determined as a space regulated by the explanatory model of the natural sciences, and they have come to be determined in the course of modernity, therefore opposed to the dimension of the human, of history, of freedom. A decolonization that therefore also implies a redetermination of the way of thinking about human being. That is the attempt to think about his naturalness without this resulting in a reduction to a way of being other than what she is. If you want to talk about naturalism with respect to a Hegelian philosophy, you can do so, but it must be said that it is an anti-naturalist naturalism. By anti-naturalist naturalism, I mean an attitude that thinks that reality is never trivially divisible in the natural world and in the cultural world, in the sphere of necessity and the sphere of freedom, and that at the same time this complex unity can never be reduced to any of the sides whose abstractness it intends to criticize. In this sense, anti-naturalist naturalism is an attempt to break away from the opposition between a naturalist monism, which claims to reduce the whole of reality to the way nature's science thinks about it, and the cultural relativism, from which the natural, in fact, does not exist, being always and only the reflection of symbolic operations and therefore of cultural constructs. This opposition refers in its background to the idea that the world is as separate into two realities, which are placed by the naturalist and the culturalist at the foundation of the other. In naturalism is the nature of nature science that founds culture. In culturalism, nature is instead a product of culture and the symbolic stratifications that constitute it. Naturalist monism and cultural relativism are, in fact, as Philippe Descola pointed out, two positions that, in the clash, legitimize each other. Hegelian anti-naturalist naturalism is a form of monism. There is only one word that aims neither at a reductio ad unum of ontological nor epistemological type, so that the different entities could be understood starting from some unitary law able to give a linear and continuous structure to reality, be it a teleology of freedom for culturalists or evolution by natural selection for naturalists. A monism that does not break reality in radically heterogeneous spheres and yet is able to read the infinity of orders and differences that are produced within reality, differences that do not imply the duplication or even the multiplication of reality. The recognition of difference does not necessarily lead to dualism, just as the idea that reality is one does not imply the denial of differences. Anti-naturalist naturalism wants to be, in this sense, a more radical naturalism than that of the naturalists. Because that naturalism, that of the naturalists, takes as its reference an abstract and limited conception of nature that is based precisely on its opposition to the other with respect to nature, and that in some way, by putting out of nature everything that it cannot account for, legitimizes the different and articulated forms of anti-naturalism and supernaturalism, to which it also is opposed. Hegelian anti-naturalist naturalism is in this sense an attempt to overcome that conception of nature that coherently Terence Deacon calls incomplete nature, a nature that must exclude a series of phenomena that are themselves evidently natural in order to remain consistent with the conceptualization that has been given by a certain model of natural science. I go to the conclusion. In 2014, the Museum of Contemporary Art in Rovereto organized a very interesting exhibition entitled Lost in Landscape. The aim of the exhibition, which had been curated by the Cuban art critic Gerardo Mosquera, was to investigate how a typically modern topic such as landscape was interpreted in the contemporary world. The interesting elements of the exhibition were many. The idea that the landscape of the Anthropocene is a landscape radically marked by a violent and destructive subjectivity. The idea that the contemporary landscape is mostly that of the metropolis. The idea that is today increasingly difficult to distinguish between what Hegel called physische Natur, physical nature, and sittliche Natur, ethical nature. Among the various works was this one by the Cuban artist Carlos Garoicoa, entitled Cuando el deseo se parece a nada, when desire seems like nothing. Looking at this picture, I thought about what Andrea Zanzotto, one of the greatest Italian poets of the second half of the 20th century, who never stopped thinking in prose and poetry about the notion of landscape, wrote. I quote Zanzotto, it's my translation. And so, the landscape, writes Zanzotto, is inhabited not only by one, but by countless working brains, by 1,000 different but contiguous mirrors that create it, that create the landscape, and that in turn are created by it all the time. In Garoicoa's picture, the urban landscape that is in the background is reproduced with a tattoo on the arm of the subject in the foreground. Under the tattooed landscape is written, "In my soul." Almost as if to say that that guy belongs to that word, and as that word belongs to him. The subject is inside the landscape, and at the same time, the landscape is inside the subject. The subject is itself landscape, and the landscape is itself subject. It is an unthinkable perspective for Albrecht Altdorfer, a perspective from which to rethink in our days, I think, the concept of nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for brilliant, very clear presentations. So now we're okay. I think I saw Professor Kobe first.
Thank you both for extraordinary and at least really exciting lectures. It's late. I will be very, very brief. I will only refer to your lecture. Luca, you described nature in many, let's say, negative manners, in anti-naturalistic manners, as das Begriffverlassene, something that sets limits to philosophy, something that is a test of concept, something that is unreducible to pure logic, as unresolved contradiction, and besides unresolved and everything else. But if this is so, doesn't it pose the concept, the philosophy, and the relation between concept and nature in an impossible situation because, you know, philosophy has to accommodate for the place of unconceptual. So if it does, it in this sense reduces the positivity, the externality of nature. If it doesn't, it fails. So yes, it is the ultimate test of philosophy. This is not the, you know, the great historical developments. I like this idea very much that, you know, on the very small, insignificant points, the real difficult, important test take place. But then when you transposed this idea, this is not only the question of nature, but in the last resort of everything. And you transport this conception, this relation to the human activity. What human is, what a person is a series of its action, his action, her actions. And he has to expose itself to the otherness. And this is exposed to its naturality. And how to think this idea, how to incorporate this unconceptual nature into the concept. Is it, since you already speak about the activity, could it be perhaps related to das verjüngte Ja? Because, you know, to expose oneself to activity is exposed to oneself to discrepancy between, let's say, intention and act. And this verjüngendes Ja is a way how to assume this difference. Okay.
You can answer now. I think it was long enough.
Yeah, we are all tired, but the question was a really big question. What I think is that philosophy has to recognize the exteriority of nature. And only if it recognizes the exteriority of nature, philosophy can say something about nature. Also, the problem is, according to Hegel, that if you don't recognize the exteriority, you have two alternatives, so to say. Or to think that nature is already metaphysically, so to say, ordinated by a creator or a logos that has put nature into a specific order, or to think that there is no order and you have to put over nature a sort of network in order to make it rational. And I think the direction of Hegel is nor one nor the other. Is the idea that we can produce a sort of rationality recognizing the specific form of nature that is externality. This is one point. The second point is, and this is a difficult point for me too, that we have to think this externality and these, also all these negative properties that you spoken about as forms of the idea. And so the externality is the negation of the idea, but this negation of the idea is really a form of the idea, a way through which the idea exposes itself. So the challenge is to think the fragmentation of the idea as a form of exposition of the idea itself. This is the point. How then to conjugate this with the sphere of Geist? I think that Geist is always external. There is no Geist without externality. And yeah, obviously, Geist has the possibility to reconcile itself with this externality, to recognizing in the other itself. But the other is there. There is the other. If I say that we are in a museum, okay, I recognize this exteriority as something that where I am, where the thinking is. I recognize the thinking of this exteriority, the thought of this, not the thinking, but the thought of this exteriority, also the spiritual essence of this exteriority. But I need to have this exteriority. Without this exteriority, I have no recognizing. There is no recognition of these of the Geist.
Yes, thank you for both presentations. I have a question to both speakers. To start with the first speaker, a very specific question, because yesterday in the evening there was one thing I did not understand in Zizek's talk, and exactly the same thing returned in your talk, namely when you talk about recognition theory. You refer to discourse theory and consensus theory. But as far as I studied it, recognition theory, at least from the continental perspective, it's basically a criticism of Kantianism. So a criticism of discourse theory a la Habermas and consensus theory a la Habermas. Honneth introduces exactly his theory of recognition as a criticism of this type of rationality, replacing it by what he thinks a kind of Hegelianism. Axel Honneth, the German. And then, if that is the case, there are very big differences to Hegel, namely, not at all that recognition theory develops its determinations as determinations from the concept, but in Honneth's theory, it's about an empirical development of pathologies leading from one concept to another, which is exactly the opposite. So I do not really understand this link between consensus or discourse theory and recognition theory. I think they are just different positions. So where do you refer to? The question for Professor Illetterati, yes, very interesting. I wondered if you would agree with, so to say, kind of not a conclusion, but one possible implication. Namely, that if you make this comparison between Hegelian idea or conception of nature and the alternatives you sketched, it is, how to say, alternatives, this theoretical and practical alternative in contemporary debates, could we say that both of the alternatives remain in the subject-object dualism? None of them achieve the unity. Therefore, constitutive for these alternatives is that they are never a conception of nature from the perspective of the idea. Exactly this is the position of Hegel, with the consequence that their concept of nature is a dogmatic concept. And then then a dogmatic concept, because it's so to say not developed from the idea. And then you have, so to say, the possibility to make a very sharp distinction between the two of them. And then maybe you could even use a title to come back to this negative emphasis, which normally would be absolute nonsense, but exactly in the context of your presentation, not I think. Hegel's conception then would be the conception of a naturalism of the idea, whereas the alternatives would have forgotten about the idea. Okay, so would you agree with this?
Okay, yes, I agree about the recognition. I mean, the struggle for recognition is, of course, Hegel's term, Kampf um Anerkennung. It's written out in the Phenomenology. And in a way, Hegel's use of this concept would support the thesis of the opacity of the social. I mean, recognition is that element that keeps the whole realm of sociality unsettled in a way. But perhaps, I'm not sure, these Anglophone readers, like Pinkert, of Hegel, use recognition in the way of a certain more public, rational, discursive dynamics. And of course, I never said that the concept of recognition that Brandon, Pinkert, Pippin use is the same as Hegel uses. But they nevertheless do use the concept of recognition. I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe they use it precisely in relation to all those discursive practices of mutual rationality and such. But again, the term itself, the Hegelian term, is in itself very beautiful and must be maintained in its Hegelian version, in my view. I hope that answers your question, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot for your... I totally agree with you, with your diagnosis of the contemporary debate. I wanted to say something about this contradictory notion of antinaturalist and naturalism. It is a sort of trick that I use, and it is a sort of trick to attribute this notion to Hegel. Obviously, Hegel has never thought something similar. Because I use it for two reasons, perhaps three. One reason, there is a debate in the last years about the possibility to describe Hegel's philosophy as a form of naturalism. Results, some people in the world that tried to do this, and I think they are totally wrong. But I don't want to propose a new dualistic reading of Hegel in the sense that Hegel is a sort of anti-naturalist or supernaturalist. And so I want to take the challenge to think Hegel as a naturalist, but this has to be a really anti-naturalistic naturalism. Also, that is a criticism of the metaphysics of naturalism. I think that Hegel is a strong criticist of the metaphysics of naturalism, but not because he thinks that there is something other outside nature, a spirit that comes here and makes something, because he has a concrete idea of reality that is nature and spirit. And reality is always a naturalness that is spiritual, so to say. And in this sense, I use this terminology as a provocative terminology against naturalists and against spiritualists. And I think that, I don't know if I can say it, but Robert Pippin is a sort of spiritualist, I think. Because I think that the normative of the reality comes from subjects that are no nature, leaving nature behind. And this is not Hegel, I think. But this is my opinion, my little opinion.
To close the debate because we are behind the schedule. So. No, I mean, there's opportunity outside for urgent questions that remained unasked. So yes, I invite you outside for the snacks and drinks. And I think we gather at past, so this is approximately 12 minutes for the next session.
We'll change it later. Okay, welcome to the third panel, today's panel. We're a little bit short on time, so I'm gonna just go directly to the point. Today we have the next two presentations. Violetta Waibel, Consciousness Provides Its Own Criterion from Within Itself, Hegel and the Spirit as Process of Thinking. This is the first one. And the second one, Zdravko Kobe, The Time of Philosophy, on Hegel's conception of modern philosophy. Violetta Waibel is a university professor of European philosophy at the University of Vienna. Her important publications are Hölderlin and Fichte, Spinoza's theory of affects and its reception in German idealism, in romanticism and modernity, and Fichte and Sartre on freedom, the ego and the other. But we'll begin with Zdravko Kobe. He's the professor of classical German philosophy at the University of Ljubljana. He has published several books on Kant's theoretical and practical philosophy and numerous articles on the same topic. Recently, his main area of research has been focused on Hegel's logic and political philosophy. And as I said, his talk will be on the time of philosophy, on Hegel's conception of modern philosophy.
Okay, Goran, thank you very much. You can hear me, I suppose? Yes, you can hear me. So, first, I would like to thank the organizer very much for this event and also for your presence. I think that it can be felt that we somehow missed each other, that we somehow missed the conversation, the intellectual confrontation and discourse. And I would say that this is one of the reasons why the debate, the level of debate was actually, to my view, extremely productive and high. Also, I would say that we are all now, nevertheless, a little bit tired, and we are late on schedule. We are too late as well, not only. And for that reason, and out of, let's say, being nice to you, I will shorten rather radically my presentation. It is about Hegel's conception of modern philosophy. You know, I usually try to accommodate, to follow the wishes of the organizer, and since they said that the topic would be the lateness of philosophy, I just wrote a text on the lateness of philosophy. What does in Hegel stands for? And, you know, of course, I wanted to start with the idea of philosophy, when philosophy paints its gray in gray, the owl of Minerva, you heard it already. Then I wanted to confront that with the actuality of was vernünftig ist, das ist wirklich, und was wirklich ist, das ist vernünftig. But, you know, you already heard it a lot of time, and I think it's quite obvious that in this place, at least, there is no big confrontation, big misunderstanding, big diversity about what it is about that Hegel was not creative conformist, that he was not some small servant of the Prussian state and so on, but on the contrary, that he was a thinker of freedom, actuality, and so on. And one could then cite multiple instances where Hegel claims it directly, and one could, it has been done before in these times, in these days, in this place, argue convincingly, to my view, that Hegel's philosophy as such, and Hegel's political philosophy in particular, is as Krijnen put it, political epistemology, meaning that without having to give instructions on what to do, in its very form as a philosophy, it is inherently timely and inherently political. So I will skip this part of my presentation where I wanted to say it, obviously, once more, what you all already know. So I will, to quote Gregor Moder, I will try to contribute to liquidate this state, this kind of interpretation, but by simply skipping it, because we know it already. Yet, and I will, so I will skip a lot of pages, and I will concentrate on one very simple, but still somehow disturbing question, which perhaps has not been addressed yet adequately. And there is, if philosophy is inherently political, and as such always already partakes in transforming the world, being its knowledge, being its time comprehended in thought, taking part in it, how are we to reconcile this position with Hegel's other claim that philosophy always comes too late? So how is it possible to be on time, always on time, as Hegel, hic rodus, hic saltus, here is die Rose, here tanze, and so on, with the other claim that philosophy, anyhow, always, at any rate, always comes too late. Now, this will be my only question. How then to comprehend Hegel's claim of the structural too lateness of philosophy, which, as the thought of the world is said to appear only at the time when actuality has gone through its formative process and attained its completed state. How to think the two things, the two affirmations together. Now, I think that the first observation in this respect would be that for Hegel, that philosophy anyhow always comes too late, is first and foremost a historical fact, a manifest lesson of history. The great names of philosophy always, as it were, just look at the history, this is a fact, appeared only after a major breakdown of the respective objective spirit has already occurred. See it in Greece, see it in Rome, take for instance medieval Europe. This is Hegel's general empirical observation. But how to explain it? And here the complication begins. Because it is somehow telling, significant, that when Hegel tries to provide a closer explanation of this obvious general historical fact, he comes up with, not with one, but at least with two different accounts, and perhaps many more, I don't know, I haven't counted them. According to one interpretation presented in his lectures on the philosophy of right in autumn 19, Hegel observes that Plato's Republic was indeed a mirror of the true. I quote, Plato has recognized the actuality of his world, the principle in the form of simplicity. This is Greek spirit, Greek ethical life. This ethical life, lacking the principle of subjectivity that was trying to penetrate and disintegrate the Greek ethical life. This ethical life, though, was itself inadequate since it contained the highest principle of subjective consciousness only in a concealed form, as something threatening this Greek ethical substance. And it is in this negative mode, meaning as something that has to be fought against, as something that has to be repressed, suppressed, that Plato, in Hegel's view, incorporated it into his conception. His Republic was accordingly a true comprehension of the Greek spirit, both in its essence and its defects. And what eventually led to the demise of this shape of ethical life, Hegel says, it had to yield to the split according to the demands of higher forms, unquote, explains also the mere ideality of his philosophical project. I quote, had Plato's Republic not been something inadequate in itself, it would have necessarily come into actuality, unquote. So its ideality, the fact that it was removed in distance to Greek ethical life, was a mark of, and inappropriate to cure it, was a mark of adequate comprehension of an inadequate ethical life, as it were. Nevertheless, the very form of thought, that is, the fact that it appeared as a part of philosophical reflection, namely in the Republic, implied a separation that was alien to the simplicity of the Greek spirit. And in Hegel's view, this separation was a product, was not a product of philosophical reflection, but rather a sign, an indication that the original harmony had already been lost. I quote, philosophy comes forward as a spirit that separates itself. This is the mode of procedure of functioning of philosophy. When it paints its grain in gray, and this is probably the original, where this reference from the preface to the philosophy of right comes. When it was the lecture was given in 1819. So when Hegel was actually working on the elements of philosophy of right. When it paints its gray in gray, the separation into soul and body has already ensued. It is not philosophy that brings the break. It is not philosophy that brings the break. It has already taken place. Unquote. Commenting on the meaning of this break, Hegel further suggested that philosophy also contains a moment of reconciliation. Reconciliation, not in a very special way, namely a partial conciliation, since it indeed sublates the separation, but it does it solely in consciousness, not as an effective change of the ethical world, but only in consciousness. And this suggestion was later spelled out in Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, where he says, I quote, "When philosophy comes forward to spread its abstractions, painting its gray in gray, the freshness of youth and liveliness is already over. Indeed, it brings about reconciliation, but reconciliation not in the actuality as such, but only in the world of thought. Maybe not necessarily imaginary, but ideal reconciliation. In sum, according to this reading, which I suppose could be located also in the preface to the Elements of Philosophy of Right, because Hegel explicitly cites Plato there, and quotes precisely, refers precisely to the example of Plato's Republic. In sum, according to this reading, the existence of philosophical endeavor is itself a mark of separation between the ideal and the real, which in turn indicates that initial unity of ethical life has been lost. As a consequence, reconciliation brought about by philosophy can only be ideal, and one could say even ideological, poised to preserve the world that is bound to disappear. And that means that is poised to be fruitless because it won't succeed. One cannot stop in this way. And philosophy is in this way, in essence, conservative. You know, it appears too late, it acts ideologically, in conformist way, retroactively, and so on. And this is, I would say, one reading, and you see it somehow doesn't fit to what we would expect. But it is there. According to the other interpretation, however, and this one was proposed in Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy in 1925-26, philosophy is supposed to play an active role in bringing about a new spirit, and this despite being too late. On this reading, Hegel likewise starts with the premise that, I quote, "Philosophy is completely identical with the spirit of its time." This is the basic premise. "It cannot but express the essence of the present spirit." This is the role in history, being the consciousness of the objective spirit. However, by being the thinking of what is, I quote, "Philosophy, on the other hand, in this form stands above its time." In this form, as philosophy, in the form of thought, it stands as being expression of its time, it simultaneously stands above its time. And in this form, that is, as knowledge, as thinking, it is out of its time. Being expression of its time, according to the formal difference, it is at the same time out of its time. This formal difference, and this is the expression of Hegel himself, comments Hegel further, this formal difference is at the same time a real, actual difference. I quote, "This knowledge is also that which precisely produces a new form in the development of spirit. The formations of spirit are merely modes of knowing. Through knowing, spirit posits a difference between knowledge and that which is. This again contains a new determination," and so on, and so on, and so on, and so a new philosophy appears, the new replaces the old, and so on. That is, the formal difference now opens up a space to overcome the limitation of the present configuration. Philosophy features as the, I quote, "inner birthplace of spirit which later appears as actuality." For instance, Hegel continues, I quote, what was in Greek philosophy has later come into actuality in the Christian world." So the Greek philosophy, which come too late to save the Greek world, which was an expression of the demise of the indication of the demise of the Greek world, was at the same time a prefiguration of what followed, a prefiguration of the new world, the Christian world. In any event, in what seems to be the world spirit version of the method of immanent progression, which Hegel once deployed in the phenomenology, meaning that what constitutes, let's say, the fruit of one shape is at the same time initial outline of the new shape of, in this one case, the natural consciousness, and in the other case, the world spirit. The transition to the new shape is first made in the realm of thought. This is, one could say, a meiotic function of philosophy in development of the universal world history. Philosophy, which in thinking its time always comes too late to preserve the old, is at the same time that construction site where the first building blocks of the new are laid. Its delay in relation to the closing day coincides with its being ahead in relation to the coming time. So these are the two readings that can be located in Hegel. That they somehow don't fit. This is the problem. And I find this discrepancy between the two readings perplexing. And what it should do, what should it achieve, is to make us pause in our confidence that we know what the belatedness of philosophy really refers to. Do we know? Or, the problem is we know too much, so we don't know. And what is more, this incongruence suggests that there must be something else involved, something else which we have somehow failed to consider. And this, I believe, and I said I was going to be very quick, and this is why I here lay bare my cards. This relates to the major decisive changes that occurred both in the shape of ethical life and in the place of philosophy in the absolute spirit from the beginning to the end, from the Greek antiquity to the modern times. I would also say in advance, just to suggest where I'm heading, that philosophy too must change its form in order to be able to perform its task in the modern world. From a philosophy of abstract thought and understanding, it must develop further, must make this step the history, in a sense, has already made, but in fact not entirely, because if philosophy doesn't make it, the world spirit cannot make it independently. So the philosophy too must develop further in the philosophy, from philosophy of abstract thought to philosophy of what Hegel calls free concept. Let me explain. There was something else involved. I think that the history was not only a linear development, but a substantial shift has occurred. I think that it is important to note that Hegel was convinced that he was living in a time of epochal changes, and that he had some non-trivial reasons to support the claim that the modern world was decisively different from the pre-modern one. So there is a gap, essential gap between pre-modern and modern. In his view, the Greek ethical life was bound to fall apart since it was not able to accommodate the principle of subjective freedom. It was doomed, sooner or later. It wasn't to be. In contrast, while the Roman world acknowledged this principle, it was still plagued by inability to produce a common ethical substance. There was no common world for Hegel in Roman world. It was, in a sense, a worldless world. Hegel maintained that it was thus only in modern times that the problem of how to integrate the principle of subjective freedom with the universality of the ethical substance was, at least in principle, finally solved. First, by Luther's Reformation, and then by the French Revolution. Hegel was well aware, no question about that there remained a lot to be done. There is a lot to be done. That the existing states had also many specific issues still to resolve. And this possibility is always open, as my colleague Vieweg pointed to. It's still possible that we may fail. However, Hegel was confident that in the modern epoch, the concept of freedom had found its principled realization. This is one thing. So something has occurred, something that transformed the universal in a very substantial way. In addition, we have to consider that, according to Hegel, the historical development of the shape of ethical lives doesn't take place in the air, in the vacuum, but it is a part of the world history. It is embedded in world history. And that means that it goes hand in hand with a parallel progression in the shapes of the absolute spirit. That is, in the parallel progression in the privileged modes of consciousness the spirit has of itself. And this is the shape of the absolute spirit. To put it very, very, very concise, in a concise mode, while the ethical community once attained its self-awareness primarily in art and later in religion, the highest mode is now reserved for science. We are living now the epoch of science. And to put it in an even more extremely simplified way, if the Greek world was beautiful, marked by art, shaped by art, and the medieval one was pious, shaped by religion, the modern world is rational, shaped, according to Hegel, of course, shaped by reason, Wissenschaft, science, and philosophy as well. The role traditionally performed first by art and then by religion is now taken by science, Hegel seems to affirm, up to the point that instead of priests, we now have what he calls a special estate dedicated to the cultivation of science and philosophy in particular. And this is the quotation from Hegel. And I couldn't resist, if I may, in a very specific telling location, that is in Berliner Antrittsrede, held on his inauguration to Berlin University. He speaks of those whose Dienst und Beschäftigung im Göttlichen existierte. Those were the priests of the previous epoch, of the religious time. And he comments, dieser Stand ist mehr oder weniger verschwunden. Aber die Wissenschaft, ebenso dieses interesseslose freie Geschäft, hat zum Teil angefangen, an die Stelle zu treten. Die Wissenschaft ist angefangen, an die Stelle zu treten. Und zur Vollendung dessen, was der Staat in der Wirklichkeit einzurichten hat, gehört auch noch dies, dass für die Existenz der Wissenschaft und insbesondere der Philosophie ein eigener Stand, eine eigene Existenz gewidmet sei. Aber diese und so weiter. Also, we are now speaking about a special estate dedicated to the cultivation of science and philosophy in particular. And I couldn't resist to ask this question to ourselves. What are we? Are we not institutionalized philosophers? I think that all of us that took part in this conference are somehow, in this or other way, beschäftigt at the university or some research institute. We are therefore representatives of, we are a special estate, aren't we? We are representatives of philosophy as an institution of modern objective spirit, I think. I mean, look at the paychecks. And let us not forget Hegel, when he speaks about how the religion was transformed in his time in a letter to Niethammer, he says, for us, our churches are our universities. And by the way, once again, this is our institutional position. We are a living proof that Hegel was right. This, I mean, us talking about Hegel here. This progression in the forms of the absolute spirit further produced analog modifications in the relation between philosophy and state. To illustrate the change in question, Hegel often referred to the case of Frederick II, who was nicknamed, the philosopher king. True, Hegel comments, he earned this epithet on account of the metaphysical treatises in the Wolffian style that he wrote. But, Hegel goes on, I quote, he was called philosophical king also in the sense that he set himself a completely universal purpose. He acted on the account of universal and in the universal manner. That he set himself a completely universal purpose, the welfare, the best of the state, as the principle of his acts and all of his rulings, end quote. And while subsequent princes abided by the same universal principles, they were not called philosophers or philosopher kings anymore. Why? Since by then, according to Hegel, the time itself had become philosophical. I quote, "If Plato demanded that philosophers should govern, that institutions be formed according to universal principles, in the modern states, this is much more realized. Essentially, universal principles are the basis of the modern states. Consequently, one may say that what Plato demands is in substance established. Philosophers govern. Not necessarily we, but philosopher, science, and so on in general. Again, Hegel did not want to deny, no, he didn't want to deny, that many existing states were still far from being fully rational and free. Indeed, in his view, even Prussia of his times, even Prussia was, I quote, in the middle state, Mittelstaat, in between. And okay, we are still, obviously, in the middle state, inzwischen. No doubt about that. But the important thing, however, was that the main principle was now different. Whereas once, some, I quote, 30, 40 years before, and that refers obviously to the French Revolution, public authority used to be based on fear and force. I quote, "In the recent time, it is the universal principles," unquote, "that are acknowledged as the source of right." I quote, "The culture of the world has taken another turn. The shift has occurred. The thought has put itself on top of everything that pretends to be valid," unquote, declared Hegel. And while rationality is a timeless requirement, this epochal shift in the social role of rational knowledge inevitably put philosophy too in front of a more specific task. I quote, "Since it is the culture of the time that has elevated to this form, it is a more specific need of philosophy to recognize and conceptualize the thought of right." And this is now, as a difference to before, philosophy is strictly contemporary to its world. So we may conclude that Plato was right when he voiced in his times the highest pretension of philosophy, insisting that the governing and philosophizing should coincide, Hegel said. But at the time of its formulation, that is in Plato's time, when Plato, who lived in the Greek ethical world, as we know, this call formulated by him in his time, this call for a reflection went against the form of the existing ethical life. It was not in line with its time. In the pre-modern ethical world, philosophy not only came too late to apply the rejuvenating cure, but actually figured as one of the additional causes of its ultimate demise. The modern ethical life, on the contrary, and this is important, includes not only the principle of subjectivity, so that it does not need to suppress inner differences, it also has rational knowledge as the privileged form of its awareness. Consequently, philosophy and science in general not only is not in any structural delay in relation to the world, but now also designates the very place of its concentrated actuality. For Hegel, philosophy now is the self-consciousness of the present spirit. And I would beg to stop to speak about belatedness. If we now return to the grey in grey, we first have to make some qualifications regarding the proper scope of Hegel's declaration. In fact, Hegel does not, I think this is obvious, just read the text. Hegel does not, okay, pardon. Hegel does not aim at philosophy as such. He explicitly refers to the attitude of those philosophers who would like to, I quote, issue instructions on how the world ought to be. This is his target. And it is against such abstractly normativistic philosophers. There are many versions of them, but I think that Hegel had one particular figure in his mind, and this is Fries and his ethic of convictions, Überzeugungsethik, which was involved in a political affair, a political scandal of the time. So we may safely assume that he speaks against abstract normativistic philosophers in general and against Fries in particular. And against such kind of philosopher, Hegel now additionally, under the guise of illustration, and he says, at any rate, always, at any rate, besides, just to give you an example, alludes to the manifest lessons of history. It is a history fact. History teaches us. It has thought that anything in the history is that in the history, philosophy always came too late. Yet, but, however, what used to be the case before does not need to hold any longer, especially not in this case, when a major shift has taken place in between. And in Hegel's view, this is, I would claim, exactly what happened. In recent times, there has been an epochal change in the shape of ethical substance, which essentially, or in principle, in Hegel's view, resolved the great task of history and, at the same time, elevated philosophy and science in general to become the privileged form of knowledge the spirit has of itself. While philosophy was once, an important thing is once, necessarily out of tune with its non-philosophical world, now, after the world has itself become philosophical, philosophy is in principle in line with it. In the modern world, philosophy can, I think, therefore, fully assume the role that transpires from the Doppelsatz. As its time comprehended in thought, true philosophy, okay, now this is the new distinction. We have philosophy and, of course, die wahre Philosophie. And there is still some difference, some delay, perhaps, in this respect. True philosophy is to comprehend what is in the present and thereby contribute to its continuous self-sublation. This is not to say that philosophy has essentially become a theory of revolutionary praxis, but okay, maybe this is one formulation of it. But it is the place of the self-conscious thought of the actual. And in order to perform this modern function in the modern times, however, philosophy has to meet at least two additional or essential requirements, not to forget that. First, since the modern world is itself philosophical, it is only by explicitly wanting to be a child of its time that philosophy can perform its task. True philosophy must now, more than ever, want to reside in what is. And this holds even if wants, or as it wants, to think nothing. Yes, this is one of the formulation, but as I commented yesterday, nothing can be taught in many ways. And not only that, nothing can be thought from many different starting points. And I think there is a difference in thinking. It has some important consequences. This would be one. And second, along with the recent shift in the shape of the objective spirit, philosophy too has to undergo an analogous change in its form. According to Hegel, the task of philosophy is, I quote, to transform representations into thoughts. Dash, and indeed, the thought into the concept, unquote. The major danger, therefore, is that philosophy would perform its task only halfway, stopping short at the stage of abstract thought. This would then constitute a philosophy of understanding, and in the world historical perspective, one could add a philosophy under the mark of religion. Why philosophy under the mark of religion? Because the form of representation and abstract thought is the form characteristic of religion. Philosophy that remains at the standpoint of representation and abstract thought, philosophy of understanding, remains trapped in the epoch where the privileged form of self-consciousness of the absolute spirit is religion. It remains religious in its core. Hegel declared explicitly, I quote, that philosophy is free of all authority, and this is explicitly, this goes explicitly against church authority and any other kind of institutional authority. That philosophy is free of all authority, that it enforces its principles of free thought, independent of all internal and external authority. This requires that it has come to the concept of free thought, that it starts from free thought, that this is the principle, otherwise not. If philosophy wants to be on the level of its time, it has to go beyond this religious form of philosophizing. In particular, it has to abandon the standpoint of understanding with its mathematical method and embrace speculative thought whose concepts inhabit reality. Unless philosophy finally becomes true philosophy, die wahre Philosophie, die spekulative Philosophie, such as Hegel's, for instance, a philosophy of free concept, let us say, a philosophy that has rational form, essentially subjectivized and essentially constituting one unity with its object, its time. Unless it does this, it will remain external to its world, diverging and deferring the march of the world spirit, as was the case with the struggle of the Enlightenment against superstition. And this is perhaps one new conflict that we are still entangled in. And I think that this danger is real. So at the end, I would say that Hegel is on time. But we, contemporary philosophers, insofar as we are still entangled in the habits of what Hegel called understanding, we may lag behind. We may lag behind Hegel and consequently also behind our time. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. I would just ask for the modification of the microphone. Okay, our next talk is by Violetta Waibel. Consciousness provides its own criterion from within itself, Hegel and the spirit as process of thinking.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for this invitation here to Ljubljana, to this wonderful meeting. I changed the quote because I changed my reference. I went to the translation of Pinkert, Terry Pinkert, and there it sounds, consciousness in its own self provides its own standard. If I call Hegel's phenomenology of spirit an Entwicklungsroman, novel of development, I'm not the first one to do so. One might now expect that the differences too and similarities with the literary genre of the Entwicklungsroman will be the subject of this presentation. However, this is not my intention. I take a particular interest in Hegel's methodology set out in the Phenomenology of Spirit, which serves an example of a process of development. Thus, one should not only conduct in-depth studies of Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit as a historical document, but it is even of more importance to understand the course of his analysis in order to be able to apply it to one's own way of thinking. Hegel was not the first one, but shares a long tradition to understand philosophy and literature as instruments that encourage people to enlighten them and to find a way to their real selves, and so they are able to overcome momentous insights, representations, and to go to the bigger pictures, and so to understand philosophy. Writing is a process of forming a conception of oneself, but this forming comes with the aspiration to take its reader on the journey, as writers want to attract attention, as they want to make a difference. They want to change, and they want to change the world they live in. Kant and the philosophers following Kant enthusiastically explored the subject, and in particular, the acting subject. Whereas to Kant, this is about freedom and spontaneity, which needs to be grasped and comprehended by oneself. Johann Gottlieb Fichte is the philosopher who acquainted his audience with the doctrine of science, Wissenschaftslehre, always in the same sense, in a different manner, whenever he taught the Wissenschaftslehre. The essence of the doctrine of science is to grasp the generating of thinking, while in the very same process of generating thinking and to understand and comprehend the spirit's actions in its systematic contextuality and totality of relations. Already, during the creation of the first printed version of the doctrine of science, Fichte's view shifts to what will then become the doctrine of science Novo Metodo, that is, a story of the conditions of the self-consciousness to successively unfold, starting from a simple conception of the I. Schelling was the first one to write histories about the development of consciousness and self-consciousness in this, for example, in the system of transcendental idealism published in 1800. Hegel followed suit when he formulated the history of the consciousness experience in the Phenomenology of Spirit in 1807. Hegel mainly criticizes Fichte for not being able to get beyond mere reflection. The thinking agency in Fichte, which knows that it is in fact itself, is guided by a methodology, a play of language, that Fichte describes as the enlightenment of the philosophizing intellect as being the second series of thinking that is a more sophisticated level of thinking compared to the thinking of the so-called general faculty of common sense as the first series of thinking. Whatever the definition of the relationship between these two series and levels of thinking in the doctrine of science look like, Hegel found a glaring difference to Fichte. Hegel also vigorously rejects a conception in which an idea of the true is dark and hardly or not at all determined, but still presumed as idea and only becomes clear by the movement of thinking and so becomes itself. The fierce response that Hegel directs at Schelling in the preface of the Phenomenology has not been forgotten over time. I quote, "The idea which is true enough for itself, in fact, remains ensnared in its origin as long as its development consists in nothing but the repetition of the same old formula." To oppose this one bit of knowledge, namely that in the absolute everything is the same, to the knowing which makes distinction and which has been either fulfilled or is seeking and demanding to be fulfilled, that is, to pass off its absolute as the night in which, as one says, all cows are black, is an utterly vacuous naivety in cognition. The formalism, which has been indicated and scorned by the philosophy of recent times, and which has been generated again in it, will not disappear from science, even though its adequacy is well known and felt. Hegel calls it vacuous naivety in cognition and formalism when the movement of thinking becomes evident as such and supposedly lifts something concealed and initially not accessible into the serenity of knowledge and consciousness. Hegel dismisses the conception of a philosophy that originates in the dark and by undergoing the process of thinking becomes knowledge in the end. But can Hegel really offer a true alternative to these conceptions of philosophy of a long and complex process? Another philosopher who considers philosophy as a long journey and progress in thinking, aside from Plato, and whom I will not go into more detail in this examination, is Baruch de Spinoza. The comment at the end of part 5 of Spinoza's Ethics demonstrates that a journey of thinking, which Spinoza philosophically unfolds, is a long, challenging, sophisticated one. The following comment expresses Spinoza's philosophical intent. Spinoza writes, "By these propositions, I've completed what I wished to show concerning the power of the mind over the emotions and concerning the liberty of the mind. Whence it appears that the more knowledge we possess, the more does our power concede that of the ignorant who act solely from passion. For the ignorant man, besides that, it is agitated in many ways by external causes and possesses no true satisfaction of mind, lives without true consciousness of himself, of God and of things. While on the other side, the wise man, so far as he is such, has a soul scarcely moved by external things. He has true consciousness. If the way which I have shown to lead to this result appears very difficult, it can nevertheless be found. And in truth, that must be difficult, which is so rarely attained. For if salvation were close at hand and could be obtained without great labor, how were it possible that it should be neglected by almost all? But everything excellent is as difficult as it is rare. It is a tedious, difficult, and long path on which Spinoza takes his reader and which is required to be able to exit the usually prevailing ignorance and to live a far-sighted, perspicacious, knowing, and content life. Spinoza places great trust in the arranging and insightfulness power of reason, a path of diligently and spiritually concerning oneself with the world which is yet hard to find. Finding the path requires ontological orientation, that is Ethics Part 1, a sophisticated theory of knowledge, Ethics Part 2, a theory of affects, Ethics Part 3, an analysis of all the reasons causing people to hurt each other, Ethics Part 4, and a theory that brings all the divergent currents of mental life together and that shows the path to a right, ethical, and content life. Happiness and content are, according to Spinoza, not virtue's reward, but virtue as such. However, virtue requires an outstanding way of thinking, which from time to time has been even labeled elitist. Finding the path which leads to the kind of knowledge that is wisdom and holds the prospect of a life in happiness, peace of mind and inner balance requires 3 steps of cognition and array of concrete lessons learned only in life. The first kind of cognition is a cognition that is inadequate, as it is perceived by affections, that is, perceptions, affects, emotions, sensations that are perceived or felt immediately, without any reflection. The second kind of cognition verifies, tests, unifies in order to achieve legitimate, persistent, eternal cognition, which is grounded in the substance or in God. A deep and long experience of this kind of knowledge, which of course always originates from the direct perception of the first kind of cognition, and from which it gains access to the world, eventually results, as Spinoza calls it, the third kind of cognition, or the scientia intuitiva. For a long time, research has pointed out that there's a link between the third kind of cognition, called amor Dei intellectualis also, in its highest manifestation, and the intellectual intuition of the idealists, concluding Fichte, Hölderlin, and Schelling. However, one essential idea has not touched upon, as far as I can tell. Spinoza's third kind of cognition is the result of a long process of thinking in the first and second kind of cognition that then suddenly switches to a deeper insight. In my view, the poet Friedrich Hölderlin, as well as Hegel, formulated a concept of spirit that, despite of its many differences, is in a remarkable and in a way affiliated to Spinoza's scientia intuitiva. I want to elaborate the approximation between Hegel's concept of spirit, of absolute knowledge, and Spinoza. That brings me to the probably most famous passage in the preface of the Phenomenology of Spirit, uniting Hegel's with Spinoza's thinking. Hegel writes, furthermore, the living substance is the being that is in truth subject, or what amounts to the same thing, it is truth actual. The true is not an original unity as such, or not an immediate unity as such. It is the coming to be of itself, the circle that presupposes its end as its goal, and that has its end for its beginning, and which is actual only through this accomplishment and its ends. I want to mention that in one of the most important philosophical letters written on January 26, 1795, only a few years after Hegel and Friedrich Hölderlin had studied together in Tübingen, Hölderlin formulated in his famous criticism about Fichte, in his letter, to Hölderlin, in this letter, Hölderlin addresses and discusses a comparison of Spinoza's conception of substance with a theory of the I, or the subject, as he writes, Fichte's absolute I, that is, Spinoza's substance contains all reality, it is everything, and outside of it there is nothing. I do not want to elaborate on this specific passage, but I want to demonstrate how close the passage is, this passage in this letter is to Hegel's attitude, which he presented in such manner in the preface of the Phenomenology for the first time. Addressed at Spinoza, Hegel formulated the expression and the concept tightly linked to it of a living, sometimes also fluid substance. Both attract my attention. The famous thought of considering the true not only as a substance, but also as a subject is tightly connected to Hegel's understanding. Similar to Fichte, Hegel unfolded a generating thinking in the process of thinking, similar to Spinoza's conception. Hegel's philosophy is about a path leading to a vague and open destination. Nothing is given from the beginning and only needs to be revealed. Consciousness, which recognizes itself, has an inner standard, maßstab, helping to find the way through a jungle of doubts, fallacies, illusions, negativity, and to eventually arrive at a destination that deserves to be called spirit in its densest content or absolute knowledge. It is an inner compass that guides people to a consciousness of self-consciousness and self-consciousness that continually becomes more sophisticated, denser, and more elevated, the spirit. I now want to present the methodology that can be encountered in Hegel's phenomenology, and that can be an inner compass, an inner standard, maßstab, even for today's thinking, assuming it is ready to engage with complex relations. Spinoza's process of thinking can be understood as a technique of general psychoanalysis, not only aspiring to heal psychosis and neurosis, whereas Hegel's process of thinking is a general analysis of the spirit that has not lost its relevance over time. I want to highlight those parts of the analysis of spirit that are still current and relevant today. Hegel's philosophical thoughts revolve around concretion, experience, historicity, as well as around general validity. The history of the development of consciousness experience has to be viewed from the viewpoint of individual history as well as of history of humankind. It is a history that has been made up. It has never taken place at any time, and it never will. We know Hegel often speaks in concretely vague riddles when guiding the comprehensible process of thinking, as it is necessary, as Hegel often emphasizes, from one shape to another. In my opinion, the cultural shapes which partially can be encountered in history, and to which Hegel alludes sometimes more clearly, sometimes more veiled, are contingent. The shapes reflect the range of Hegel's knowledge, which in return is determined by the range of knowledge that has accessible during Hegel's lifetime. Research has made great efforts to illuminate the background to which Hegel alludes. From my point of view, the order of the concrete shapes is chosen contingently. If Hegel wrote his phenomenology today, there is no doubt that different concrete shapes would appear, which would reflect the consciousness, different stages of development. The specific content of every single shape chosen by Hegel serves as an example representing the stage of development of the consciousness or the spirit. It is common knowledge that the chapter on the spirit marks a crucial turning point, as Hegel writes, instead of being shapes only of consciousness, they are shapes of the world. The required order of shapes is a necessity of history in which mental capacity constantly condenses. A capacity that begins as sensuous certainty, then turns into perception, intellect, and into self-consciousness and reason in order to be finally able to abandon the shapes of the consciousness with the help of spirit enables shapes of the world to appear. Hegel's philosophical approach is so to use these shapes of a world to reflect forms of consciousness. Compared to Fichte's approach discussed in the early Doctrine of Science of 1794-95, Hegel does not only want to generate abstract constructions of the different stages of consciousness, as we know, but from the beginning he desires to concretely and united move worldliness and actuality as well as forms of consciousness and thinking. The concept can only be developed in the concrete, but a developed concept as concept in an emphatic sense, the self-consciousness as self-consciousness, the spirit as spirit, are the ones bearing the necessity of thinking. It is an inner standard, as Hegel calls it, Maßstab, that is constantly testing the identities of concept and objects in order to correct and to convey the immediate conviction of sensuous certainty and to develop new immediacies, as it happens with all shapes, until they become absolute knowledge. Reaching absolute knowledge, the technique of critical self-reflection, is as its peak of density, as well as its peak of fluidity and preservation of self-certainty. The substance, the subject is fluidity, flexibility, and its meaning and its action to the same extent as it is law-giving, reliability and validity in thinking, and thus makes time incompatible with space. I believe that the following two thoughts are of utmost importance. First, the one of a fluid or living substance, and secondly, the standard, Maßstab, that is provided by ourselves, correcting itself in the unfolding process of thinking and becomes itself and thus becomes and is the spirit. I want to elaborate on these two key thoughts as I want to pay tribute to Hegel's essay as a historical document, the gist and methodology of which are highly topical, despite the fact that the issues moving Hegel are sometimes evidences of the time Hegel lived in and his range of experience. At the same time, the phenomenology and all its time-bound and concrete shapes of representation are of paradigmatic significance for a modern understanding of the world. The book is supposed to be read as a school of thought that, in my opinion, can include, discuss, and confront all the shapes that are relevant today. At first, I will take a closer look at the standard, Maßstab, constantly correcting itself, and then illuminate the thought of a fluid substance. Already in 1803-04, in the Jena system conception, Hegel presented his concept of a fluid substance as an epistemological category that is based on Kant and moves beyond him. In the Phenomenology, published in 1807, Hegel further devised this thought. In the introduction of the Phenomenology of Spirit, its readers find the expression given by my presentation, giving my presentation its title. The passage reads as follows, I quote, "Consciousness in its own self provides its own standard, and the investigation will thereby be a comparison of it with itself for the difference which has been made false within consciousness." The coming to be consciousness, the coming to be spirit, does not only start and operate in a field of immediacy, but also in ones of indeterminacy in order to become to itself. Hegel's thought is highly remarkable as the idea of the true, which is only understood at the end of the philosophical process. In the phenomenology, and only by reaching absolute knowledge, or even more precise, only by reaching logic, is not apparent at the beginning of the process, as it does not exist at all. However, there is an inner standard of thinking. This standard does not only alter the process of thinking, showing it the path of the true, but the standard on its own is involved, as Hegel says, in the process of change. It is clear that Hegel shares the very realistic view that the path to the truth of knowledge, the path to absolute knowledge, and resulting from this, the logic of science, needs to be constructed and commenced from the place where the simplest figures of knowing relation to the world can be found. To Hegel, this is, as we know, sensuous certainty. In its immediate use, it is a union of meaning something by the subject, the meaning something of its object, and at the same time, the immediate grasping of itself without knowing that all these differences exist, as they can only be observed from a meta level, from the developed level. This view is not at all too different from Spinoza's, as Spinoza asserts in the second part of his Ethics, concerned with the theory of knowledge, in Proposition 33, there is nothing positive in ideas on account of which they can be called false. Here, ideas are considered, here in Spinoza, ideas are considered to be representations and not ideas in an emphatic sense as they were understood by Plato or Kant. In Proposition 35, Spinoza also claims falsity consists in the privation of knowledge, which is involved in inadequate, mutilated and confused ideas. The sentence may appear to be cryptic at first. However, it is easily decoded when considering the difference between the so-called inadequate kind of knowledge and the second, the adequate kind of knowledge, cognition. Spinoza's claim provided here are very closely linked to the Hegelian sensuous certainty, although the language and methodological approach used by the two philosophers are different. A famous example given by Spinoza expresses a thought similar to Hegel's famous sentence, when understood in its context in which the now is denied. In a note on Proposition 35 in the Theory of Knowledge of Spinoza, he explains, I quote, "So when we look at the sun, we imagine it to stand about 200 feet distant from us, an error which does not consist in this imagination solely, but also in the fact that when we so imagine it, we are ignorant of its true distance and of the cause of its imagination. For although we afterwards know that it is more than 600 diameters of the earth distant from us, we nonetheless shall imagine it to be near. For we do not imagine the sun to be thus near to us because we are ignorant of its true distance, because the affection of our body involves the essence of the sun only insofar as that body is affected by itself, by it. The example is directly followed by Proposition 36 in Spinoza, where he asserts inadequate and confused ideas follow each other by the same necessity as adequate or clear and distinct ideas. Inadequate or confused ideas, as Spinoza calls them, are figures of an immediate sensuous certainty that encompasses those faculties that perceive feelings and perceptions in their entire immediacy. Spinoza's so-called inadequate cognition, as well as Hegel's sensuous certainty, inevitably require to grasp and comprehend the objects in no different way than in the same way as the objects are presented to the senses, as they are present to the subject and as they can be verbally expressed. The positivity in this kind of cognition is not false in itself, regardless of whether we think in a Spinozian or Hegelian way. It is the experience of perception that is immediately expressed. The sun is in the here and the now, about 200 feet distance from us in this intuition. Spinoza's presented epistemological thoughts operate on different levels. Those kinds of cognitions that only perceive how the objects are presented to the senses and how they are then expressed in language are called inadequate kinds of cognition. By contrast, the adequate cognition is the one that processes sensations and perceptions, or, as Spinoza says, the affections, by reflecting, generalizing, forming an opinion, or put in a nutshell, by the technique of thinking, and so reaches lawful thinking. Perceptions are not false on their own. They're only false if their determinedness, singleness, their this being, their here and now, is not comprehended, and they are claimed to be the general truth. In a specific sense, meaning something can never be false, since it is a subjective and personal expression. However, meaning something without verifying it, pretending that this is the truth, is the very now, and then an irresponsible generalization. In immediacy, in meaning something, Hegel's sensuous certainty comes in. He does not employ Spinoza's example of the sun, of its this and now, of its light, and its sometimes even deceiving self-transparency. But he employs its negativity, the night, the this, now, here, whether it is night, day, or sun, is both true and also not true. Inadequate cognition as well as sensuous certainty are standards of truth in itself. They are the knowledge of something and its truth immediately and without any difference. The content is present in their truth in a pre-reflexive way until this, now and here, grasps itself and has to grasp itself as the, this, the, now, the, here. It is night when night falls, which negates itself by the dawning of the day. It is the distance to the sun which negates itself either by abandoning the here and now or by dusk setting in and then eventually becomes night. Since the standard of truth does not only state the verbal fact, now is the night, or the sun we imagine is to stand about 200 feet distant from us in the here and now, but maintains and renews the expression in its representation, correlates them, and the standard of the true expression, very briefly put, corrects itself. The standard, the inner standard, comprehends through the constant correlation of object and consciousness, of consciousness and object, of the different flowing and remaining of one player and then of the other. Raising oneself means benchmarking against all the things that are offered as standards, including self-criticism, and further the criticism of others, that is then either accepted or denied according to the inner standard. The inner standard benchmarks against the examples provided by things and individuals in order to improve and to become whatever might develop within the individual. Taking this into account, that means, in my view, that every concrete shape, according to its content, has paradigmatic validity. Examples can be used to demonstrate and to study in which way immediate thought and expression from itself point out to the negative present, absent, that has to be comprehended in living, sophisticated thinking by mediating reflection. The mighty power of thinking and thoughts which should not be underrated, is negation, is thinking the other through negation, which advances experience and its inevitable relation to the object. In experience, alienation and estrangement are both driven by negation. Reaching a new level of knowledge, gaining knowledge at first, of course, only means the quantitative increase of immediate thinking, which is transformed by mediation. Standard indeed also implies a normative element that Hegel, as I believe, brings on this path of experience of consciousness without commenting on it. Knowledge is, as it is understood, an emphatic notion that always includes truth, which is, however, a certain preliminary kind of truth, not the whole truth. And thus, the quantitative increase in insights beyond oneself always implies an increase in truth. Immediate pieces of truth are falsified and given way to deeper insights and bits of truth. Truth itself is flowing. What is true now proves to be wrong or prone to abuse, and so urges thinking to look for alternatives. Philosophy's main objective, as Hegel puts it, is the path, I quote him, of natural consciousness pressing forward toward true knowing, the cultivation of consciousness itself into science. This cultivation is already introduced by Hegel at an earlier point of the introduction as a series of experience of consciousness that has to work out the negativity of objects and shapes, then comes to itself and becomes identical to itself. Hegel's thinking understands truth as a truth that is learned and unlocked in thinking, as preliminary as it may be. Thinking, the unlocking of truth, does not happen once, but happens time and again, and verifies itself and its reliability. The substance, as Hegel said, is, I quote him, considered in the way that it and its movements are the object, that the objects of consciousness. A substance in movement, a substance that is also a subject, these expressions invoke the image of a fluid substance, as I already pointed out, and which Hegel discusses in depth in the first sections of the chapter on consciousness titled The Truth of Self-Certainty. So I want to say some more words on substance and subject, continuous flowing and stably existing. In a very emphatic way, the Kantian and Fichtean approach to thinking laid the focus on thinking subjectivity's acting nature in all its spiritual actions. Schelling and Hegel, however, generate an understanding of his dynamic world on the starting point, the prios. Their philosophical interest is no longer finding the flowing, the moving and the solid, but they rather seek to highlight the anchors and the consistent in the dynamics of continuous movement. The understanding of the subject as something that exists in a flow is particularly true for the subject as self that Hegel describes as follows. I quote him: "This very fluidity, as self equals self-sufficiency, is their stable existence, or it is their substance, in which they are thus differentiated members and parts, where each is existing for itself. The meaning of being is no longer that of the abstraction of being, nor is it that of their pure essentiality, of the abstraction of universality. Rather, their being is just that simple fluid substance of the pure movement within itself. Since the self-consciousness refers to another self-consciousness, the concept of spirit is thereby present and available for us, as Hegel emphasizes. The concept of spirit is present and available in the battle of recognition, which will not be specified in this contribution, as well as in morality, law, or religion. I quote Hegel, "What will later come to be for consciousness will be the experience of what spirit is, this absolute substance which constitutes the unity of its opposition in their complete freedom and self-sufficiency, namely, in the opposition of the various self-consciousness existing for themselves. The I that is we and the we that is I." End of quote. In the phenomenology of spirit, in the phenomenology, spirit as spirit is the highly advanced shape of the consciousness and its intersubjective relations as ethical substance. Spirit, in its simple form, however, can be encountered in places where communities practiced and practice religion. Practicing a religion has been part of humankind since its early beginnings. This explains why Hegel goes so far back as the early history of humankind in the chapter of religion, and then period by period approaches Christianity. I wanted to mention this here as, in my opinion, this serves as a kind of proof for the hypothesis on the paradigmatic nature which he depicted shapes have for the self-understanding of the relevant time. Especially the chapter on religion demonstrates that only a few shapes are allowed on the scene, that important religions, including Judaism, Islam, Indian religions, are hardly or not mentioned at all. In the final chapter on the absolute knowledge, Hegel succinctly summarizes some of his thoughts. In the chapter, he presents, for instance, his thoughts on the substance becoming the subject or the self. I quote, "Now, in actuality, the substance has its knowing. Now, in actuality, the substance that is knowing is there earlier than the form or the conceptual shape of the substance that is knowing. For the substance is the still undeveloped in itself, or the ground and concept in its still unmoved simplicity, and it is therefore the inwardness or the self of spirit which is not yet there. What is there is the still undeveloped, simple and immediate, that is the object of representation, representational thinking, consciousness per se. Cognizing, because it is spiritual consciousness, is that to which what is in itself is only to the extent that it is as being for the self and being of the self, or is concept. For this reason, cognizing initially has only a meager object in contrast to which the substance and the consciousness of this substance are richer.
I'm sorry.
I can't. Okay, some few words. Hegel continues. For experience consists in precisely this, namely that the content, and the content is spirit, substance, and is therefore the object of consciousness. However, this substance, which is spirit, is its coming to be what it, the substance, is in itself, and it is as this coming to be which is taking a reflective turn into itself, that spirit is truly in itself spirit. In the preface of the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel does not only formulate the idea of the spirit turning out, absolute knowledge, but also the notion of an inner criterion, a benchmark, Maßstab of the spirit that guides the developing consciousness that has not yet grasped the essence of the idea. The substance that becomes and at the same time is the subject comprises becoming and absolute temporality and timelessness. Or, as Hegel said it, I quote him, time is the concept itself that it is there and is represented to consciousness as empty intuition. Consequently, spirit necessarily appears in time, and it appears in time as long as it does not grasp its pure concept, which is to say, as long as it does not erase time. The coming to be spirit does not only operate in a field of immediacy, but also in one of indeterminacy in order to come to itself. Hegel's thought is highly remarkable as the idea, the inner standard, does not only alter the process of thinking, but the standard on its own is involved in this process of change. Truth is the standard during the course of experience. Truth proves the preliminary and then becomes a deeper insight and a more sophisticated truth, or the truth in the end. Every concrete experience which is mandatory for the development of a concept is always more or less independent on the situation. Nevertheless, the concept always carries the essence of what the general, the universal, the intersubjective validity means or has to mean. The standard accompanies us during our lifetime and guides us to the truth, good and beautiful. On this path, while encountering insights, bits of truth, rejections and illusions, the standard develops, solidifies and liquefies. Spinoza and his ontology for substance gave Hegel the opportunity to explore a developing thinking and a long process of thinking which traverses three kinds of cognition to reach scientia intuitiva. At the same time, this thinking is especially visualized by the image of a spatial constructing comprising the 5 parts of the ethics that demonstrate the unfolding of important fields and areas, but not the dynamics of continuous movement as proposed by Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who, in Hegel's opinion, did not get beyond the reflection and did not attain speculative thinking. By contrast, Hegel speaks of the becoming of spirit and its dynamics of the constantly sublating thinking that initially a simple substance because eventually the fluid substance. But more on this issue next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really are short on time, so I would just ask for maybe 2 really short questions or 1 semi-long question. Semi-long question, okay.
I have a question to Mr. Kolbe. Thank you very much for your presentation. And in fact, you addressed an issue also Mr. Moder addressed in his question in the morning. And I just wonder, why did I never think about